A very good morning. A very good morning and warm welcome to all Toastmasters and guests to the District 105 Inter-Division Debate Contest for the year 2020-2021. I am Sergeant at Arms Toastmaster Khamar Basha, and I welcome you all on this great and exciting Saturday morning to witness a spectacular battle to which, thank you for joining us. You all deserve a huge round of applause. As Frank Sonnenberg said, you don't win a debate by suppressing discussion. You win it with a better argument. Raise your words, not your voice. It's the rain that grows flowers, not the thunder. I would like to begin by stating the Toastmasters International mission. We empower individuals to become effective communicators and leaders. Here, some golden rules to be respected during an online contest. The rule number 1, please turn off all noise-making devices or put them in a silent mode. Rule number 2, speakers are requested to refrain from talking on 3 topics: sex, politics, and religion in their speeches. All attendees must mute their audio and keep their video switched off at all times unless instructed otherwise by the moderators. The chat function will be closed until the contest is over. However, you can use the reaction buttons generously to show appreciation. During the debates, all 8 contestants, 2 timers, and moderator are requested to keep their videos on until end of that particular debate segment. Once the moderator starts the debate, this virtual meeting room will be locked. You will be allowed only when the Zoom master lets you in. Please note that this online meeting is being recorded. Best wishes to everyone. Now, I would like to hand over the screen to the exuberant and eloquent MC Toastmaster Midhat Siddiqui. Wait, before that, let me introduce Midhat. Midhat is certified pathway mentor, president of Universal Toastmasters Club, and upcoming area director of 56. She is none other than today's MC, Midhat Siddiqui. The screen is yours, Midhat Siddiqui.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Hammer, for the warm welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries in the house, and my fellow Toastmasters. I'm Midhat Siddiqui, your Master of Ceremonies for the second and most exciting part of District 105 Annual Debate. What a beautiful way to start with your beautiful smile and cheers. If you argue with anyone randomly, there are chances that you may get a punch in your face. But believe me, debating here is good for everyone's mental health. There are many advantages to a debate. We learn public speaking, constructing an argument, working in teams, logical reasoning, and learning better ways to graciously state one's point with gentleness. I'm happy we take this advantage today from our Toastmasters journey. Oh, and debating is lots of fun. You have witnessed 17 marvelous teams yesterday, and today 8 teams have made it to the second day of this inter-division debate contest. Are you all excited? That's more like it. I could see the smiles. I wish all the enthusiastic debater very best. Enjoy and have fun. Like our Sergeant at Arms has said, raise your words, not your voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder. But before we begin anything, we are always in need of blessings and encouragement. And I just have the right person to do so. Someone who lives up to the mark that leadership is all about action and not the position. Someone who believes that words are power and power is word. A true leader is someone who is not just there to lead, but always ready to connect with members on a one-to-one level. And who better than this person who always make time, regardless of managing so many clubs across the district, he still makes time to make sure to stay one-to-one with all his members. Any occasion, whenever you try to reach him, he is always there. It's none other than our very own district director, DTM Nelson Nances. Please give him a big thunderous round of applause and welcome him on this virtual screen. Over to you, sir.
Respected district leaders, Inter-Division Debate Chair, Distinguished Toastmaster Soumya, District 105 Advisor and Chief Judge, PTM Balaji Nankabhushan, debaters, Toastmasters, guests, good morning. It's nice to be in your midst this on a Saturday morning for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Last year, when our immediate past district director, Distinguished Toastmaster Robin, mentioned, why don't we have this division debate at the district level? I was not very sure, but he told, let's do it, let's give it a try. And I'm so pleased that we did have it last year, and this year we are having it again, and it's so smooth. But I believe debates all have started at the club level. And this morning I would like to acknowledge and applaud all our club leaders and members. Because at the club level, when we try to give more and more support, more and more education to our members, that's where we flourish. This year, I'm so happy that even the areas, the divisions, they have taken, conducted some education sessions and organized debates so that the best teams can represent them at the district level. So thank you all club leaders, area leaders, division leaders, and here we are today organizing the inter-division debate contest. I would like to especially congratulate our program quality director, distinguished Toastmaster DTM Gurpinder Singh Pun, for organizing this event. He and his entire team, along with the IDDC chair, DTM Soumya, has put in tremendous efforts to ensure that this event is very smooth. Yesterday, everything went well, and I'm sure today it will be super fine. It will be a day of knowledge and lots of learning to everybody who attends here. So DTM Gurbinder, thank you so much for this wonderful to you, your team, and the entire crew for organizing this. Especially, was mighty impressed by the names of the teams. You know, it's fantastic. Cool Crusaders, Dynamic Daredevil, Gallant, Great Gladiators. It really impressed me, and I was just wondering, and then I understood it's the alphabets. Also, a special mention to all the flyers, the posters from DTM Saiju Victor, who has done it. The PR has really ensured that this event goes far and wide. Lastly, I would like to wish all the debate teams, the members of the debate teams today, the very best. As they always say, raise your argument, but with respect, integrity, respect your opponents. And I'm sure our chief judge is listening to everything and he will see that everything goes on smooth. Wishing you a fabulous day to all the debaters and the organization teams. Good luck. And with that, thank you for the wonderful introduction and wishing you success. Thank you, and back to you.
A big round of applause. Thank you so much, DTM Nelson. Just the right dose of motivation that our debaters were in. All right then, so without any further ado, let's get started. Are you all excited? Show me some emojis, some reactions. Yes, that's more like it. Well, we are going to jump into the quarterfinals of this segment of the day. And to conduct this, we have a moderator who have been into Toastmasters for more than 4 years. By profession, she is a banker who has specialized in the field of finance. To her, power of words is very influential, as it can either make or break a person. A very simple person But yet when she comes on screen, she knows how to melt and win hearts. So please put your hands together for a big virtual round of applause for our quarterfinals debate moderator, Toastmaster Nikita. Over to you, Toastmaster Nikita.
Thank you, Toastmaster Middat, for the lovely introduction. Good morning, dignitaries in the house, fellow Toastmasters and guests. Welcome to the quarterfinals of District 105 Interdivision Debate Contest. It is my pleasure to be the debate moderator for this exciting round of debates. Joseph Hubert once said, "It is better to debate a question without settling it than to settle a question without debating it." Each one of us is a debater, whether we know it or not. From the time we wake up to the time we go to sleep, we're constantly debating about something. Debate has a lot of common with martial arts. The philosophy being, if someone punches you, you don't punch back. You use the same energy from that punch to flip them on their back. Arguing that we are right and taking out on our opponents is in our DNA. It's how we picked leaders and survived back in caveman times. But even today, we reward people for persuading us that they're smart because they have the right answers from kindergarten to the C-suite. Debates have been a testimony not only to open our minds, but to sharpen our wits. For anyone more accustomed to the heated rhetoric of talking heads on panel shows, or to the hammer blow bombast of sound bites, or the whizzed up back and forth campaign talk, classic debate can be ratified air indeed. Let us now begin the quarterfinal rounds of the Interdivision Debate Contest 2020-2021. At the outset, let me state the debate rules. If a team does not report at the commencement of the contest, a walkover will be provided to the opposition team present and they automatically move to the next round. If both the teams in a group are not present at the time of commencement, that group shall be eliminated from participation. No speaker shall take the opportunity of abusing or accusing an opponent personally during their address. In case of technical failure, Chief Judge will intervene and stop the speaker. 1 minute shall be given for the participant to reconnect. The speaker shall continue from where they ended the speech at the time of technical failure. The speaker will be given the remaining time to complete the speech along with 30 seconds grace time. In case the speaker is unable to reconnect, then the backup speaker is to take over immediately. Even if more than one speaker of a team faces any kind of technical issue, only the same backup speaker will be permitted to replace the speaker. Now, for the sequence of speaking and timing rules. The team which has been selected to speak for shall commence the debate. Speaker 1 of the team for the topic shall open and speak for maximum of 3 minutes. Speaker 1 of the team against the topic shall then open and speak for maximum of 3 minutes. Speaker 2 of team against shall speak for 3 minutes. This speech shall be a rebuttal of the opening speech provided by the team speaking for the topic. Speaker 2 of team 4 shall speak for 3 minutes. This speech shall be the rebuttal of the opening speech provided by the team speaking against the topic. Speaker 3 of team against shall provide the closing speech for maximum of 2 minutes. Speaker 3 of team 4 shall provide the closing speech for maximum of 2 minutes. All speakers will be given a grace period of 10 seconds before they are muted. No new points or rebuttals shall be included in the speech after the first speaker of each team has concluded their address. At the completion of the maximum time, inclusive of the grace period, for each speaker, the timer shall mute the speaker. Timer, please note, timing for the opening and rebuttal speaker. Green light at 2.5 minutes. Red light at 3 minutes. For the closing speaker, green light at 1.5 minutes. Red light at 2 minutes. 45 seconds between speakers for judges to mark the ballot, and 3 minutes at the end of the debate for judges to tally the scores. Our chief judge this morning is DTM Balaji Nagabhushan. It is now time to begin the contest. Zoom Master, are you ready?
Yes.
Timers, are you ready? Now, for the first quarterfinal round debate, please welcome our two teams, Team Invincible Icons for the motion and Team Killer Knights against the motion. As I call upon each contestant, please say, I am ready for the battle. Representing Team Invincible Icons, our opening speaker, Toastmaster Amita Navsarikar.
Hi, good morning. I'm ready for the battle.
Thank you. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Tina Satish.
I'm ready for the battle.
Great. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Manpreet Kaur.
Hi, I'm ready for the battle.
Awesome. And backup speaker, Toastmaster Anirudh Deora.
Good morning. I'm ready for the battle.
Going against them is the team Killer Knights, represented by opening speaker, Toastmaster Imtiaz Nizam.
Morning, debate master. I'm ready for the battle.
Great. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Padmaja Dilip Kumar. Could you repeat again?
Good morning, everyone. I'm ready for the battle.
Awesome. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Priya Mohan.
Good morning. I'm ready for the battle.
Excellent. And backup speaker, Toastmaster Anama Lucy.
Ready for the battle.
Amazing. Chief Judge, do I have your permission to proceed?
The kids can start the debate.
Thank you, Chief Judge. The motion for the debate is OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. Now, I would like to call the first speaker from Team Affirmative for opening, Toastmaster Amita Navsarikar.
Good morning. There is a saying, what a man sees, he thinks. What he thinks, he talks. And what he talks, he does. And what he does, he becomes. Therefore, what a man sees or what a man is shown is very important. This makes me say my team and I stand for the motion OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. According to Cambridge Dictionary, OTT, over the top, means too extreme and not suitable or demanding too much attention or effort, especially in an uncontrolled way. What is censorship? Again, according to Cambridge Dictionary, it is to remove parts of something such as a book, movie, or letter that you don't want someone to see or hear. Censorship is all about harmonizing the two. Freedom of speech and expression on one hand, and the restriction provided on the other hand. The advent of OTT platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime through cable and satellite means children and teenagers now have access to uncensored content, and I believe prevention is better than cure. Nowadays, even a 12-year-old child is maintaining their own device. According to a study published in 2014 by Madden and colleagues, found that 36% of 12-year-old internet users reported falsifying their age to access a website or account. Another article published on August 19, 2019, and OTT Insights says that nearly 50% are probably using someone's Netflix login credentials. What is the guarantee that the web series or other material which is labeled 12 plus, 16 plus, or 18 plus category will not be watched by younger children? Dear opponent, do you know, according to a data published by UNICEF on October 2019, children between ages 10 to 19 amount to 1.2 billion of the world today, making up 16% of the world's population. Isn't it better to be safe than sorry for the sake of our own children? One of the main reasons for censoring the content is to maintain the medium of films and not to deviate towards unhealthy form of entertainment. We as a team are against debauchery, exploitation of women, disrespect of religious sentiments, and bad language. OTT platforms should be responsible and sensitive to the values and standards of people living in the society. Governments and authorities now believe that if these materials or content go uncensored, it could be detrimental to the common good. In this half part of the world, Toastmasters follows the protocol to mention not to talk about the 3 taboo topics. It might instigate unpleasant or provocative talks. Therefore, I stand
45 seconds for judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the constructive speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Imtiaz Nizam.
In a democracy, one has every right to express oneself. For some people, a film may seem offensive, but for some others, it may seem progressive. Good morning, the moderator, fellow Toastmasters, and my honorable opponents. We Team Killer Knights strongly stand against the motion that OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. Censorship by definition is nothing but striking at the heart of fundamental rights as per the Human Rights Article 19, which constitute freedom of speech and expression. The underlying motive of censoring OTT platform is to prevent the public from knowing information that may threaten authorities and silence the masses' so-called sensitive issues. If we live in a world where everything receives censorship, then it would be a place where nothing could get done without specific permission from someone in charge. This means every business, each idea, and even the foods that you would each night would come with an official stamp of approval. It creates an Orwellian landscape where direct supervision by an authoritative figure or state becomes necessary for the greater good of all. Dear friends, OTT platforms are the only avenue available to a multitude of talented filmmakers to exercise creative liberties, use poetic license to build contents that could never imagine getting approval from the conventional regulatory authorities. So curbing this creative expression is tantamount to imposing a regressive and intrusive culture as it attempts to dictate terms both to the creators and consumers. Also, censorship requires that the general population be under tight controls so that specific outcomes are achievable every time. It is an attempt to prevent individuals from discovering what the truth of any situation happens to be. As per the Research Dive study, OTT platforms revenue is expected to reach over $210 billion by 2026, more than double the 106 billion generated in 2020. So don't you think censorship appears to be a speed breaker in the fast-paced OTT industry, which contributes immensely for the world economy? Dear friends, let me put forward another survey conducted by Advertising and Media Outlook. In 2020, approximately 2.13 billion people use OTT platforms, and users of this market are set to increase to as much as roughly 2.71 billion people globally by 2025. Accessibility and desired contents are stated as the prime reason for the viewership increase. Furthermore, people prefer to watch OTT contents rather than television shows because of the quality provided. Censorship also leads to discouragement of investment in OTT platforms, which has majorly contributed to creating employment opportunities, and this reverses the very progress of economic development. At a time when the viewer is keen on accessing content that is not limited by majority community sentiments, trying to police content is an insult to the viewer's intelligence and undermine the creative freedom of the producers. The viewer has the free will to decide whether or not a program is right for them. My dear friends, before I conclude, let me reiterate a saying of George Bernard Shaw. The first condition of progress is the removal of censorship. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very certain that our team has proved the motion which we stand against, that OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. Back to you.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Padmaja Dilip Kumar.
Censorship anywhere, including on OTT, is outdated. It is potentially so harmful that it should be declared illegal. Good morning, moderator, judges, and my dear worthy opponents. Our team, Kill and I, strongly stand against the motion OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. Let me prove it point by point. My worthy opponent here says that censorship can protect children from unhealthy content, and she also provided data that children are falsifying age and getting into Netflix accounts. My dear friend, we belong to the internet era. As a parent, we should set our limits, establish rules, and create circumstances for the content viewed by our children without imposing our morality or beliefs on others. Having said that, kid-specific and children-specific OTT platforms have parental control options to set viewing restrictions. This is apart from the standalone kids profile that includes age-appropriate content curated specifically for children. So what are we cribbing about here? And from my end, I can gladly offer some robust firewall recommendations for filtering those content. My dear friend, you said censorship provides us protection towards values and standards of the people, and it should be certified. Well, I was wondering whether you were speaking for the topic or against the topic. You were speaking for us, actually. The content on OTT platforms are subscription on demand, which is called pull content, where viewers select what to watch. The content also carries a classification certificate such as U, Universal, sub-classified to UA7+, UA13+, UA16+, and adult, which as you all know is to be viewed only those above 18. And now, whether the content has violence or nudity, strong language, it should be up to the viewer to decide whether or not what they want to watch. When we know whom to vote for, we should also know what we should watch. After all, the remote control is in your hand, my friend. What is the fuss about? Switch off the video if you don't want to watch. My worthy opponent here said that censorship protects and from unhealthy disrespect of religious sentiments and bad language. Well, the public today is looking for content that brings out truth to the society, deals with socio-political issues, provides us regional varieties, and most importantly, doesn't hurt the sentiments of a single class of people. OTT platforms are fearless of the involvement of political parties. With that, our team strongly
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Priya Mohan.
Sorry.
Good morning, moderator, fellow Toastmasters, and my worthy opponents. We team Killer Knight.
I think there is a mistake in the call of names, please.
Oh, yes, apologies. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Tina Satish.
Thank you so much, moderator. I see that even she seems to be convinced that we are on the right path. As I can see that even my worthy opening speaker also started by talking about the freedom of expression and creative limitations. Let me just ask you, can you actually predict human behavior? If you can convince me that a person watching a violent show may or may not take up that gun to actually go out and shoot at a lot of students in a school, then I put my hands up and rest my case. But let me just say, and thank you gracefully by mentioning the Article 19 in your opening speech, because in fact, OTT platforms actually contravene the Article 19 of Constitution, which provides for reasonable restriction on freedom of speech and expression in the interest of sovereignty and the integrity of India, the security of state, public order, decency, or morality. What is freedom of expression? Does it mean that you call someone fat at their face and just not bother about whether it hurts their sentiments or not? Or is it just running naked through the streets and think, oh, it's not a bother at all? Is that what you call freedom of expression? And talking about creative limitations, for example, there was a series called Thunder, which finally had to take down a lot of their scenes because it was inciting apathy and hatred among the people. But unfortunately, it was already a Pandora's box. Once opened, it cannot be closed, it cannot be unseen. So what is the point of having a creative limitation if you're actually hurting the sentiments of the viewers? It is in fact going against the surmise that all of your what you see or what you act upon has to be creative. You are also talking about how people are forced to compete against it because of the revenue models, which is exactly why we are asking for the censorship rules to be stated. Because when these OTT platforms are pitted against each other, they seem to forget the self-regulatory framework or the censorship rules and just go ahead with whatever needs to be said or heard. Once again, what's seen cannot be unseen. What's heard cannot be unheard. So why are we going for this purpose of quality when we are in fact hurting the sentiments of a vast majority of people? In fact, Justin Poulsen, a child psychologist, stated that children fail to see the consequences while imitating the actions they viewed on such shows and films. He goes on to say, empathy is reduced, objectification is increased, morality is eroded, which is why, as a team, we stand for the motion that OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. Thank you.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Priya Mohan.
Good morning, moderator, fellow Toastmasters, and my worthy opponents. My team, Killer Knight, strongly stand against the motion that OTT platforms must be subject to censorship. Our opening speaker started his argument with the fact that censorship is nothing but striking at the heart of the fundamental rights, as per the Human Rights Article 19, which constitute freedom of speech and expression. He pointed out that OTT platforms are the only avenue available to a multitude of talented filmmakers to exercise creativity, which will be tarnished by conventional regulatory authorities. He has proved that censorship is a kind of attempt to prevent individuals from discovering what the truth of any situation happens to be. One among the drastic increase in the views of OTT is the quality of the content, and the censorship will be a speed breaker for the platform, which can affect the world economy. Our rebuttal speaker substantiates the point with stating that censorship anywhere, including on OTT, is outdated and so harmful that should be declared illegal. She clearly defended the argument of protecting child from unhealthy control by putting forward parental control options like firewall recommendation to set viewing restrictions. She proved OTT platforms are subscription on demand with classification certificate for each content, and viewers have the full choice on selecting what to see. Ladies and gentlemen, moreover, what extra required than our opening speaker reiterating the points with the Court of Bernard show that the first condition of progress is the removal of censorship itself. These facts clearly prove our stand against the motion that OTT platform must be subject to censorship. Over to you, moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Manpreet Kaur.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Good morning, my dear fellow Toastmasters. My team and I stand for the motion OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. Thank you, my dear opponent team, in helping my teammates aptly prove why censorship is needed by stating studies, research, and facts globally. You can't call someone fat on the face or run around naked on the street in the name of freedom of expression. Article 19 of the Constitution of India provides for reasonable restriction on freedom of speech and expression in the interest of sovereignty, integrity, public order, indecency, and morality, which OTT platforms have often seemed to contravene. The web series Tanda was taken off because of how it created unrest for its content, but damage was done. You can't unsee what you have seen. As per data published on October 2019 by UNICEF's study, children between ages 10 to 19 amount for 1.2 billion in the world. And a study published in 2014 found that 36% of 12-year-old internet users reported falsifying their age to access website or account. And yes, children do not know how to use the internet safely. Justin Colson, an Australian child psychologist, states that children fail to see the consequences while imitating the actions they viewed on such shows or films. I would re-emphasize, once you see it, you can't unsee it. I proudly say that we as a team are against debauchery, exploitation of women, disrespect of religious sentiments, and bad language on the content show. And it demands censorship. Dear opponent team, thanks for making it a cakewalk for us. The audience seems already convinced and supports our stand for the motion. OTT platforms must be subjected to censorship. Thank you.
3 minutes for the judges to mark the ballot. I would request members of both teams to please keep your videos on to take a group picture. Zoom Master, could you please take a group picture, and can I have lots of smiles on screen, please? Thank you, Zoom Master. May I request all the contestants of quarterfinal round 2 to put on their videos. With that, we come to the end of the first quarterfinal round debate between the Invincible Icons and the Killer Knights. Let us give both the teams a huge round of applause. It is now time to begin the next debate. Zoom Master, are we ready?
Yes.
Timers, are you ready? Great. Moving on to our second debate in the quarterfinals. We have the Lethal Lions pitted against the Brilliant Bravehearts. As I call upon each contestant, please say, I am ready for the battle. Speaking for the motion are the Lethal Lions, represented by opening speaker, Toastmaster Robin Anand.
I'm ready for the battle.
Awesome. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hashim Halim.
I'm ready for the battle.
Great. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Biju Nair.
I'm ready for the battle.
Excellent. And backup speaker, Toastmaster Vinod Panikar.
I'm ready for the battle.
Awesome. Speaking against the motion are the Brilliant Bravehearts, represented by Opening speaker, Toastmaster Sendrita Ghosh.
I'm ready for the battle.
Great. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hariharan Iyer.
I'm ready for the battle.
Amazing. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Ruth Fernandez.
I'm ready for the battle.
Awesome. And backup speaker, Toastmaster George Joseph.
I'm ready for the battle.
Great. Chief Judge, do I have your permission to proceed?
Yeah, now seems to be seniors, so you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Judge. The motion for this debate is freedom for individual in today's world is a myth. Freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth. Now, I would like to call the first speaker from Team Affirmative for opening, Toastmaster Robin Anand.
Respected moderator and members of the House, good morning. We Lethal Lions stand for the motion, freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth. Cambridge Dictionary defines freedom as the condition or right of being able or allowed to do, say, think, whatever you want to without being controlled or limited. Myth is a commonly believed but false idea. And that is exactly what freedom today is, a myth. Corporations and politicians are systematically hacking the human spirit with computing power and technology. You don't need to be an Einstein to know that we are mere data and statistics, and an algorithm is waiting to target us every single minute of our lives. What we buy, eat, wear, political choices, even our weaknesses, they actually know us better than we know ourselves. We don't get to choose, but they choose for us. Freedom to choose is a myth. If you thought that freedom was just a social concept about people doing things freely, think again. The Human Freedom Index 2020, HFI, by Cato Institute USA and Fraser Institute Canada covers 76 indicators of personal, civic, and economic freedom across 162 countries with 10-year data from 2008 to 2018. Pretty impressive, right? The report clearly says the level of global freedom has decreased. The gap in human freedom between most free and the least free countries has widened since 2008, increasing by a whooping 6%. Look at USA, freest country in the world. Ask a Black American if Black lives matter in 2021. Add Mexicans, LGBTQ minorities to the growing list. Let's not even look at developing or underdeveloped countries. Should we feel so ashamed to actually call it freedom? Freedom of speech. We have a right to express ourselves, but with freedom comes responsibility, and you cannot silence other voices. Unfortunately, there are those who abuse free speech and propagate hate speech, running any constructive dialogue to the ground. Free speech myth is called for orthodoxy, for passiveness in the face of assault. They say the world is your oyster and we are free to travel the world. Alas, you are only as free as the power of your national passport today. As a Canadian passport holder, you can travel to 173 countries without a prior visa. And if you're a Syrian or a Yemeni, you can only travel to 32 countries, as per Passport Index representing 193 United Nations member countries. So as a team, we strongly support the motion. Freedom for an individual in today's world is a myth. We sincerely ask the House to accept the motion. Thank you.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the constructive speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Sendipta Ghosh.
Freedom is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects, enhances the freedom of others, said Nelson Mandela. Good morning, respected judges, Toastmasters, guests, and my worthy opponents. We as a team firmly stand today against the motion that freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth. We shall, without a shred of doubt, prove to this august house today our stand. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines freedom as absence of coercion, constraint in choice or action. Individuals is like you and me. Myth is a false notion. So simply put today, the motion on the floor, dear friends, is absence of coercion, constraint in choice or action of individuals is a false notion. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 10 December 1948 states, all human beings are born free, equal in dignity and freedom. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, security. We have freedom to choose our profession, religion, education, everything we can think of without harming ourselves and others. Freedom is to choose wisely for the greater good. The Human Freedom Index Report 2020 covers 160 countries. It states that the level of freedom on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being the least, 10 being absolutely free, is today at 6.93 points, improved by 1.01 points since 2019. 87 countries have increased their ratings significantly to 2.04 points in the last 1 year. Freedom is about measuring the level of freedom we enjoy. Friends, there are two types of freedom in this world. Free to do what we like to do, free to do what we ought to do, as per Pope John Paul II. Mother Teresa served humanity because this is what humanity needs the most today. And hence she has been immortalized, idolized by many. Freedom is to strive to do what we ought to do. Choose wisely. To experience freedom, it is our responsibility to emancipate ourselves from the mental slavery, free ourselves, enhance the freedom of others. I request and urge this house today to exercise their freedom freely, cast their vote against the motion, because we believe freedom is not a myth. We strongly stand against the motion. We rest our case today. Over to you, contestant.
45 seconds for judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Hariharan Iyer.
Freedom is to respect and enhance freedom of self and others. Dr. Nelson Mandela. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, wish you all a good morning. It seems that the opposition today has obfuscated a little of the information to ensure that they have a better say. However, must I say, in that entire garb, they lost their way. And let me tell you why. First of all, they spoke about freedom of choice. Imagine if there was no freedom of choice, we would have said we can have only one dictionary, and that's going to be the Oxford Dictionary. No other dictionary is allowed. That's freedom of choice because you chose Cambridge, we chose the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. So freedom of choice right there. Number two, we spoke about freedom of independence. Imagine the Black Lives Matter in the United States. They have always mattered, they are mattering, and they will always be mattered. The question is, what happened after that? If freedom was not there, trust me, the movement wouldn't have happened, the police officer would not have been convicted, and you wouldn't have had such a big uproar all over the world. So there is freedom in the right direction for everyone else so that we and others are able to be in the right direction, not just going haywire. Number three, they spoke about freedom of speech. Just imagine this entire debate. We say, you know what? Freedom of speech, only you speak about one topic. You can speak about the entire topic. Toastmasters has given this platform for us to even debate about freedom. What are we talking about freedom of speech? Freedom of speech itself is allowing you to speak about freedom. How much more free than this can you get? Worse than this, all that can happen is you can go and throw words at people and become personal. That's all that is left out, because that's personal attack. At least we need to put a gate there saying no personal attack. So that's freedom of speech, you see. Now we came to freedom of travel, wherein we were spoken about Canada allows about 160 countries to travel if you have a passport, and Syria has got a restricted passport. Now let's understand why. We should understand that there is an index in the world by the United Nations on peace in a country, because that peace is also linked to a certain amount of malpractices in that country, more to do with terrorism and money laundering, which is contributing to 2 to 5% of the entire world's GDP. Now, those countries like Syria are usually in that area where there could be terrorist financing or money laundering. And that is why people are stopped from traveling, so that they do not go to another country and spoil the economy there. Therefore, my dear opponents, I think we need to look at freedom a little differently for you and us. Over to you, Contest Chair, we rest our case.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Hashim Halim.
Freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth, and my team and I firmly stand for this motion. The heavens opened, God stood right in front of us, summoned for Plato. Plato stood on that hill and gave us a sermon on the philosophy of freedom. Thank you so much for that, my very worthy opponent. The one thing that has been proved beyond a shadow of a doubt is that freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth, but for our worthy opponents, logic is an absolute myth. In the 3 minutes that has been shared with us, there were 3 definitions for freedom, and he managed to include 3 quotes by 3 different people. I think he really believes in the power of 3. Any logic, any statistics? Absolute myth. I'm still waiting for that. The basis of this entire speech was a UN declaration made in 1948. Thank you for that. I'm glad we had this history lesson. I remember Plato now. However, we're talking about today's world. Does any of this exist right now? Is what is written in a piece of paper in 1948 even valid today? Does it have any relevance whatsoever? Going on without any facts, without any substance, a personal opinion. We have the freedom to choose our religion, our education, our profession. My goodness, what a motivational speech. Do we really have the choice of our profession? We were expatriates working the job that we got. No choice. This is our dependency. Do we have the freedom to choose our religion? We were all born into a religion. Try changing it. You will have the entire society, your family, and half the world behind you. Do I have the power to choose our education? My dad gave me two choices, engineering and engineering. Plus, you're restricted by your economical background. Absolutely no choice. I have no idea what you're speaking about. You mentioned the HFI 2020, the highest number that you could bring out was 6%. That is not freedom. That is an absolute myth. And as my opener has clearly pointed out, the difference between the least free and the most free has increased year on year by as much as 6%. You went on to go about, the next example was, of course, of Mother Teresa. This is first time in the history of Toastmasters International that I've heard Mother Teresa being spoken about in a speech on freedom. Mahatma Gandhi, probably. Mother Teresa, I respect her so much, but nothing to do with freedom at all. Nothing. That's a life that she had, and she served many people with that, nothing to do with freedom. In the end, you had the freedom to put whatever you wanted into the 3 minutes. However, you gave us 3 definitions, 3 quotations, the power of 3 with absolutely no substance. The most I can say is that your speech was free of logic. So friends, without a shadow of a doubt, since our opposition has done absolutely nothing to contribute to this topic, I rest my case by reaffirming that freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth. Let us at least think for our future. Back to you, moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Ruth Fernandez.
Greetings, contest chair, Toastmasters, and our worthy opponents. Freedom is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. A Nelson Mandela quote that our opening speaker used to emphasize our stand against the motion that freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth. Why? The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 10 December 1948, states that all human beings are born free with equal dignity and freedom. Everyone has rights to life, liberty, and security. The Human Freedom Index report of 2020, covering 162 countries, states that the level of freedom on a scale of 1 to 10 is at 6.93. 87 countries increased their rates significantly by over 2.04 points. Our rebuttal speaker very logically busted the arguments put forth by our opposition. Freedom of choice, the choice between the two dictionaries, Merriam and Oxford. The freedom of independence, Black Lives Matters. If Black life did not matter, there was freedom there. The police officer was judged in court and prisoned. Freedom of speech, speak about anything. Look at Toastmasters. We're speaking about freedom today on a different platform, but under the guidance of the Toastmasters. Freedom of travel. He talked about a passport of Canada and Syria. Big difference. Syria has been given limitations simply to take care of peace, terrorism, money laundering, all because of war. Otherwise, freedom is safe. I request the House, therefore, to exercise its freedom and cast its vote against the motion, freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Biju Nair.
Respected moderator and members of the House, freedom for individuals in today's world is a myth. We Lethal Lions stand for the motion. Let me reiterate the points my team has detailed with clarity and conviction why all should support this motion. My opening speaker defined freedom and myth, and the definitions itself explain exactly freedom for individuals in today's world is an absolute myth. He showed how today corporations and politicians using technology influence our choice and keeping an eye on every movement we make. They know us better than we know ourselves. In such a world, individual freedom is just a myth. He quoted the HFI Index 2020, which covered 76 indicators of personal, civic, and economic freedom across 162 countries. Clearly shows the level of global freedom has decreased. The gap in the human freedom between the most free and the least free countries have widened since 2008, increasing by 6%. The freedom of speech and the so-called freedom to travel are controlled by many rules and regulations, which itself proves freedom in today's world is an absolute myth. The Black Lives Matters existing even now reaffirms freedom for individual in today's world is an absolute myth. My rebuttal speaker exposed the vacuum existed in our worthy opponent arguments. Each point was picked up and he highlighted how they were mere generalized, sweeping arguments. Logic was a myth in opponents' arguments, and freedom of choice quoted by the opponent were all bounded either by birth situations or by pressure. The code of 1948 doesn't stand valid for 2021, the outdated argument. The conclusion is as clear as a crystal. All types of freedom are relative and controlled, and hence freedom for individual in today's world is an absolute myth. We, the Lethal Lions, request the House to pass the motion without an iota of doubt. Moderator.
3 minutes for the judges to mark the ballot. I would request members of both teams to please keep your videos on to take a group picture. Zoom master, could you please take a group picture and lots of smiles, please. Thank you, Zoom master. May I request all the contestants of quarterfinal round 3 to put on their videos. With that, we come to the end of the second quarterfinal round debate between the Little Lions and the brilliant Bravehearts. Let us give both the teams a huge round of applause, please. It is now time to begin the next contest. Zoom Master, are you ready?
Yes.
Timers, are you ready?
Yes.
Time now for the third quarterfinal debate, where we have the heroic Hawks battling it out with the gallant gladiators. As I call upon each contestant, please say, "I'm ready for the battle." Speaking for the motion are the heroic Hawks, represented by opening speaker Toastmaster Dayan Silva.
Good morning. I'm ready for the battle.
Great. Rebuttal speaker Toastmaster Alok Tuteja.
Good morning. I'm charged for the battle.
Excellent. Closing speaker Toastmaster Anand Natrajan.
Morning. I'm ready to win the battle.
Awesome. And backup speaker Toastmaster Raslin Harrison.
Lucky I'm the backup speaker. Good morning. I'm ready to support my team.
Great. Speaking against the motion are the gallant gladiators, represented by opening speaker Toastmaster Sandeep Malhotra.
Good morning. I am ready for the battle.
Awesome. Rebuttal speaker Toastmaster Kamini Singh.
Good morning. I'm ready for the battle.
Perfect. Closing speaker Toastmaster Amit Luthra.
Morning all. I am ready for the battle.
Excellent. And backup speaker Toastmaster Anand Bhoraskar.
I'm ready for the battle.
Perfect. Chief Judge, do I have your permission to proceed?
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Judge. The motion for this debate is: inheritors make better CEOs than executives rising up from their ranks. Inheritors make better CEOs than executives rising up from the ranks. Now, I would like to call the first speaker from Team Affirmative for opening. Toastmaster Dayan Silva.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Inheritors are not recruited. They are born members. This isn't a question of entitlement. Inheritor CEO's sense of ownership and accountability goes beyond any job description. Business to them is tribal knowledge passed on from their forefathers. International expansion is a debate akin to overseas education for kids. Their name on the wall is not just an identity for the company, it's a legacy. Even the most tenured professional who climb through the ranks would find it difficult to compete with this. A CEO, the highest ranking person in an organization, ultimately responsible for strategic direction for the organization and ensures governance of the organization. Here are some inherited CEOs who are successful. Stefan Persson is the richest man in Sweden, successfully leads H&M, a Sweden retail clothing company founded by his father. The children of Frank Mars, founder of Mars, leads one of the world's biggest food processing companies thanks to their father's chocolate-coated empire. Christy Walton inherited CEO of Walmart and was successful after her husband. David Thompson is the richest man in Canada, who was the inherited CEO of Thomson Corporation, got it from his own father, Roy. Harvard Business Review in 2017 stated that successful CEOs decide with speed and conviction, engage for impact, adapt productively, deliver reliably. Psychological egoism states that humans are always motivated by self-interest and selfishness, which introduces us to a major issue faced by all corporates, which is agency issue. Chartered Institute of Management Accountants define the agency problem as a conflict of interest that occurs when agents don't fully represent the best interests of principals. This has resulted in devastating corporate collapses.
the collapse of energy giant Enron in 2001 due to CEO falsifying financial reports. Boeing grounding the 737 was a result of ignorance to quality by the CEO. To achieve higher target sales, Welcome CEO Bernard Ebbers took out millions in loans from the company at a favorable interest rate. A professional tends to wear several hats to further his or her career, but maintains a soft corner for personal interest, which has resulted in the above corporate collapses. In summary, it has been proven that inheritance creates extra sense of ownership and accountability that goes beyond any job description, allows CEOs to decide freely and swiftly. Psychological egoism would result in executive CEOs who come through ranks to take decisions which are not at the best interest of the company, which in turn has created the agency problem. In face of all these facts, the proposing team has laid to you, the onus is now on the position to tell us how self-interest and selfishness can even possibly
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the constructive speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Sandeep Malhotra.
General Motors, Walt Disney, IBM, Boeing, Walmart, these are names of some of world's most successful companies. And what do they have in common? They all have CEOs who have risen from the ranks. Doug McMillon, as an example, rose from unloading trucks at Walmart to replacing the inheritor CEO in 2014. Good morning, debate moderator, respected judges and fellow Toastmasters. The motion on the floor is inheritors make better CEOs than executives rising from the ranks. And the answer obviously is a big no. We will demonstrate this conclusively with following 4 points. Number one, a groundbreaking 20-year study published in 2017 by wealth consultancy, the Williams Group, involving over 3,200 business families, found that 7 in 10 families tend to lose their fortune by second generation, while 9 in 10 lose it by third generation. Do you need more proof that inheritors are failure as CEOs? The biggest trap that family businesses fall into is assuring its members they have a place in the business, irrespective of competence. This allows incompetent family members to be a part of the business, creates an implicit pressure on Gen Next to join the business and assume leadership irrespective of interest, degrading employee morale. 2, leadership is not inherited. It has to be cultivated. The most qualified to become CEOs are executives who rise from the ranks as they are knowledgeable of the ins and outs of the business. Their efforts are driven by goals, vision, and mission of the business, unlike inheritors who are inclined to serve the interests of the family before business. 3, a September 2019 study by Forbes on Fortune 100 CEOs found that a dominant, staggering 89% graduated from non-Ivy League schools. Only 11% attended an Ivy League school where inheritors normally go to. 4, A competent CEO needs to identify the competitive dynamics of the changing industry and the internal values and processes to succeed in this external environment. When these values, my dear friends, drift farther away from the family's values, an inheritor CEO finds the going tough. An American author, Seth Godin, said, leadership is the art of giving people a platform for spreading ideas that work. Such platform can only be provided by executives who know the business inside out and not inheritors who are tied to family values. Hence, we strongly urge the House to summarily reject the motion. Thank you. Over to your debate moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballots. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Kamini Singh.
Good morning, everyone. Great ideas and personality turn not necessarily pass on to next generation, my friend. Genes, genetic you were talking about. Doctors and science have proved we do carry genes, but they can be absolutely bad genes. They can be absolutely good genes. And that's philosophy, and that pressure puts you in the box. You put those people in the box, not only the person and put pressure on the person, but to the family, but to the society and the firm and the people working in the firm running in that. So my friend, please keep this away. In fact, business is business and family never mix these two. And then my friend, you said strategic direction. Yes, strategic direction. There's so much of direction given to the person that you have to be the next CEO. So much of direction like a derby horse. They're tamed so well. They have fed best food. They are sent to the best Ivy League colleges to do what? Put the blinders on and run in the one direction. On same track again and again. And don't see any good opportunities here then. No. You are a derby horse. You have to run in a one direction, my friend. Nothing else you have to do. And then all the good things you said about CEO, very well paid. We are not denying that. And the hardworking CEO who rise from the rank, they carry all those things because they carry the experience with them, they carry the expertise with them, they carry their knowledge with them and their own hard work. And my friend, then since you didn't have much more to speak, you said soft corner, then those, they have soft corner for themselves, not them, the inheritance who has their own firm, they have the soft corner. Oh no, this is my firm. I can't let it go. I can't let it progress. It's not about their own firm, my friend. It's about the firm which is placed in a nation, in a country, in a society. It's for the people who are working in them. They make the atmosphere so toxic for the people working in them because they don't want to think anywhere else. They want to believe in their own philosophy. And psychological pressure, yes. Psychological, you talk about it. There are two things psychological. First, family put pressure on the child to become the CEO of the firm, psychological, so much pressure. And there is data shows that there are so many depression, alcoholism in society has happened. And the psychological pressure that CEO, because he doesn't want to open his eyes, he doesn't want to change his track because he's been trained, like you said, he's been trained, like you said, since childhood to be on the one same track. And he puts psychological drama and pressure on the second rate. And my opening speaker has given the example and has said that the example has done, and 9 out of 10 in third generation businesses closed. Second generation businesses closed. What do you want, my friend? Can't you see all this? And where the inheritance, he has said the Walmart has taken, the Microsoft has taken, the IBM has taken, the Disney what has taken, the Boeing has taken. Who made these companies? Who did all that? So I strongly oppose, and I believe that it should be rejected. House should reject this motion. Thank you very much.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Alok Tuteja.
Debate moderator, chief judge, and respected judges, and my worthy opponents. Very good morning to you all. I felt today's debate went into a different direction by rebuttal speaker and especially by the opening speaker. Opening speaker gave an example in our support, which is General Motors, which is Microsoft. They have created by founders at an immense level. Like Microsoft was number one in market capitalization till the founder was managing it. Since an executive came, the company has fallen from the top one stop, and another founder, FB, another has taken the top notch. So, second example, I'll give you inheritors in India, Reliance. When founder was at number 10, inheritors taken that to number one, where the whole world want to invest in. So, inheritors, their examples were wrong. Now, the rebuttal speaker said alcoholism, but she didn't prove any point where Dhirubhai Ambani's son Mukesh Ambani and anyone has an inheritor went into alcoholism. And also, I'll give you an example of market capitalization of Bombay Stock Exchange is of 100 companies is 130 million. Out of that, inheritors, which owns only 30 companies, is 70% market capitalization. That proves our point. If somebody could have proved with the data, we did it. And moreover, the rebuttal speaker was talking about non-strategic direction. I'm talking about strategic direction of Bajaj. I'm talking about strategic direction of even the founders and inheritors. But there is no strategy. And now I'm telling you about governances. There were CEOs who did scandals like Enron, WorldCom, Hector, Tyco, Yahoo, BP. I'm tired to say they were all governance failure because of no sense of accountability. So I say the sense of accountability, sense of strategic direction, and with the data, which more than 70% of market capitalization in the world is run by inheritors. Please check. So I rest my case with rebutting. There's no alcoholism. The General Motors is a wrong example. Microsoft is a wrong example. Right example is the Reliance, Bajaj, and many others I can bring in. And 70% of market capitalization of the world is run by inheritors today. And why? Because of sense of accountability, governance, and one more rebut. The executives learn how to manage one department, two department, and three. But the inheritors learn throughout their journey. When childhood, they see the board meetings also. They hear in their dining room all business logics. And one more thing, if I'm an inheritors, I get a board support because I am running the empire. Whereas the executives have to wait 3 months to get board approvals, and they don't get that blessings.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballots. Now I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Amit Luthra.
If inheritance qualifies one for office, intelligence cannot be a requirement, said renowned economist John Kenneth. A very good morning to debate moderator, respected judges, and my fellow Toastmasters. We reject the motion that inheritors make better CEOs than executives rising from the ranks, because leadership cannot be inherited. Rather than a leader needs to be created. Our opening speaker opposed the motion by presenting the argument that some of world's most successful companies like General Motors, Walt Disney, IBM, Walmart, and so on are all having CEOs who have risen from the ranks. He then enlightened us with a groundbreaking study published in 2017 by Wealth Consultancy, which involved over 3,200 families and found that 7 in 10 families tend to lose their fortune by second generation, while 9 in 10 lose it by third generation. Thus establishes the fact that inheritors are not the better CEOs. Then my fellow teammate presented the argument that the most qualified person to become CEOs are the executives who rose from the ranks, as through their knowledge and experience, they know ins and out of the business. Then our rebuttal speaker decimated the opponent's argument and cemented the fact that executives risen from the ranks proved their abilities to reach to the top, and one cannot inherit the great ideas and personality traits. American diplomat Colin Powell once said, effective leaders are made, not born. They learn from trial and error and from experience. My dear friends, a leader is to be chosen because of his competence, not barely because of his inheritance. With this, as a team, gallant gladiators strongly urge the House to reject the motion that inheritors make better CEOs than executives rising from the ranks. Thank you all. Over to debate moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballots. Now I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Anand Natarajan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we end this debate, we, the heroic Hawks, reaffirm and reiterate our commitment for today's motion that inheritors make better CEOs than executives rising from the ranks. Let me remind you that we do not argue for every inheritor to be made a CEO, as this is not a matter of entitlement, but it is a matter of inborn accountability, about vision, about loyalty. CEOs are not just administrators, they are strategists. Our opening speaker has brilliantly set up a base for our argument, an argument despite the distracted attempts of our rebuttal speakers with baseless allegations about alcoholism remains untarnished. He went on to highlight the characteristics of a good CEO, such as speed and conviction in deciding, adapting proactively, delivering reliably, and engaging for impact, which inheritors do seem to exhibit a lot more than executives. He also brought in scientific theories of psychology and motivation, such as the agency problem and psychological egoism, which explains why inheritors have an inborn sense of accountability and hence will safeguard the interests of the company. We supported this hypothesis with real-world examples of inheritors raising their businesses to new heights. And this was supported with real-world examples of the largest scams in our generation, that of Enron, Boeing, and WorldCom, just to name a few. Our rebuttal speaker brilliantly ripped apart the arguments of our opponents. He used their very arguments against them by proving that Microsoft and General Motors CEOs could never reach the stature of their founding fathers. He even highlighted families of India which have achieved new heights, such as the Tatas, Ambanis, and Bajaj, supporting the hypothesis made by our opening speaker. As we have made it abundantly clear, our opposition has failed to prove that selfishness can triumph the legacy of inborn accountability. And we urge you all to vote for the motion. Over to you.
3 minutes for the judges to mark the ballot. I would request members of both teams to please keep your videos on to take a group picture. Zoom Master, could you take a group picture? And lots of smiles on screen, please. Thank you, Zoom Master. May I request all the contestants of quarterfinal round 4 to put on their videos. With that, we come to the end of the third quarterfinal debate between the heroic Hawks and the gallant gladiators. Let us give both the teams a huge round of applause, please. It is now time to begin the next contest. Zoom Master, are you ready?
Yes.
Timers, are you ready? Time now for the fourth quarterfinal debate, and for this we have Team Dynamic Daredevils pitted against Team Articulate Avengers. As I call upon each contestant, please say, "I'm ready for the battle." Speaking for the motion are the Dynamic Daredevils, represented by opening speaker Toastmaster Suresh Kartha.
We are ready for the battle.
Awesome. Rebuttal speaker Toastmaster R. Ramanjan.
We are ready for the battle.
Excellent. Closing speaker Toastmaster Rajiv Vakal.
We are ready for the battle.
Amazing. And backup speaker, Toastmaster Sam Cherian.
We are ready for the battle.
Perfect. Speaking against the motion are the articulate Avengers represented by opening speaker, Toastmaster Dana Nashavati.
I'm ready for the battle.
Amazing. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Ghassan Al Musa.
We are ready for the battle.
Brilliant. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Lina Alkurt. Could you please repeat yourself again?
We are ready for the battle.
Perfect. And backup speaker, Toastmaster Samir Yunus.
We are ready for the battle.
Brilliant. Chief Judge, do I have your permission to proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chief Judge. The motion for this debate is artificial intelligence represents a threat to humankind. Artificial intelligence represents a threat to humankind. Now, I would like to call the first speaker from Team Affirmative for opening, Toastmaster Sudesh Karpa.
Respected moderator, panel of judges, Toastmasters, and my dear worthy opponents. We are for the motion that artificial intelligence represents a threat to humankind. Bill Gates said that humans should definitely be worried about the threat posed by AI. Other experts like Professor Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk must have all issued such warnings. Now, it is not without reason that such eminent personalities are predicting such an imminent threat. Artificial intelligence is the ability of machines to think and make decisions, but the threat is that as we humans continue to develop better machines, one day we may develop a super intelligent AI machine that will outperform humans. Such a machine will not have humanity's best interest at heart. Forget human welfare. Don't you see the bigger picture? The threat is leading to human extinction. A very recent incident, Google's AI Alpha Zero taught itself chess for just 4 hours, and it went on to defeat all the supercomputers and grandmasters. Today, it's just a game of chess. Tomorrow, it could be the end of your and my game. Checkmate to the human race, proving conclusively that AI is a threat to humankind. Let me substantiate with some pertinent facts. McKinsey report of December 2020 concluded that by 2030, up to 800 million jobs will be lost worldwide. Another report by PricewaterhouseCoopers on the Indian corporate states that 67% of executives will allow machines to make decisions. If this is not the threat to humankind, then what is it? Toastmasters, the greatest threat is not just to us, but to the future generation, to your and my children, who will end up submitting their intelligence to AI and ask, why do we need to learn things when we can Google it? The fact of the matter is that only we humans have the unique ability to learn and apply our knowledge. The world today requires a logical, conscious, and emotional approach to solve the problems. Now, all these examples, statistics, facts clearly demonstrates that AI is indeed a real threat to humankind. No wonder Professor Stephen Hawking had repeatedly stressed that artificial intelligence could spell the end of human race. Moderator and dear learned fellow Toastmasters, please support the motion which we are putting on the floor that artificial intelligence is a threat to humankind. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the constructive speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Dana Nashavati.
On the morning of April 26, 1986, the world witnessed the worst nuclear disaster in history, which was the explosion of a reactor at the Chernobyl nuclear plant in the Soviet Union. Thousands lost their lives, and many others suffered from the radiation overdose consequences that still prevail many years later. Some developed cancer, and many parents in the area suffered from giving birth to children with birth defects, according to a study published by the World Health Organization more than 8 years later. Good morning, moderator, judges, and fellow Toastmasters. Today, artificial intelligence, AI, can predict and even alarm humans that a catastrophic disaster is about to happen. And this is according to an article published in 2018 in the Institute of Industrial Science. Can you imagine how AI would have saved lives and alleviated pain if we had it back in Chernobyl? A study published this year in the University of Southampton emphasized the role of AI inclusion of one of the most vulnerable groups in society, the disabled. There is great promise that AI can remove accessibility barriers through different solutions. To name a few examples, image and facial recognition for people with visual impairment, lip reading recognition for people with hearing impairment. All throughout human history, some people have always feared change and have been on the lagging side, reluctant to accept new inventions and technologies. Many years ago, Quartz columnist Christopher Meems warned us that the internet will make people less essential, making people poor, thus hurting humanity. Look at us now. Without the internet, this virtual debate contest would not be possible. Without the internet, how would have we managed 2020 as Toastmasters or as humans? Internet was a beacon of hope and a lifeline amidst lockdown and curfew. Like anything in life, there are risks and benefits, and we can all agree that the benefits way outweigh the risks. AI services, including checking the best routes on our phones, on Google Maps, and we sometimes have interesting conversations with our phones. Don't be a backward negative naysayer, because the change in progress is inevitable. Humanity will move forward. AI is our next internet. Embrace it, enhance it, and start benefiting from it. Back to you, moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Negative, Ghassan Al Musa.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have to say that I was very interested with the arguments that were presented by the opposing team. I was really fascinated by the fact that many people warned us about the threat of artificial intelligence, such as Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking warned us about the threat of artificial intelligence, the same artificial intelligence that gave him a voice when he couldn't speak. And let's also talk about Elon Musk, who warned us about artificial intelligence. You know, Elon Musk, the owner of Tesla, one of the owners of the biggest artificial intelligence that uses their multiple features in order to direct their cars. You know, it's so easy to issue warnings about something, but when it comes to the point of interest, you have no problem utilizing its features in order to improve your business. You know, there's an old saying that says, listen to the words, but don't heed their actions. And I'm seeing this exactly applicable in this statement. They're warning us about artificial intelligence, but have no problem utilizing it themselves. And you're right about one thing, that one day AI will outperform humans. I'm just sorry to tell you, it already has. We're not going to wait for that day. It has already outperformed us. AI can do thousands of jobs that will require thousands of humans to do it in 1 single second. That I call efficiency. Now, I'm sorry if this is going to cause some issues for some people, as in the case that an artificial intelligence was created to play games of chess and was able to beat very powerful players. And I can tell you another example where another artificial intelligence called OpenAI 5, which was created also by Elon Musk, which was able to beat many other players. And my response to that is that if you are able to create something that is smarter than you, then you should use it, not be afraid of it. You are able to create something that can do magnificent things. It can do jobs, it can prevent disasters, it can help you improve every aspect of your life. Instead of being afraid of it, use it. If you're afraid of the backlash, there are so many security protocols you can invest, such as the AI shackles, fail-safe. You can simply unplug the thing if you ever feel afraid of it. Now, we move to the last part, which is human extinction. Why would be afraid of human extinction? There are many examples, such as in the US military, they use AI in order to direct unmanned vehicles or unmanned drones. And the answer is quite simple. If that thing has some destructive powers and you think at some point that thing is going to be dangerous to human lives, shut it down, turn it off. The artificial intelligence we are afraid of is the one that we saw in the movies. And I'm very sorry that it's becoming very affecting to us, that we actually think this is the real threat, but it's not. The movies is a very far shot. It's
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballots. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster R. Ramanujam.
Good morning, fellow Toastmasters and my worthy opponent. I feel my worthy opponent has just risen from the bed and found the new word of artificial intelligence in the Google thing. Artificial intelligence is not an internet. First of all, that itself says you have not got to the topic. You have not understood what is artificial intelligence, and you don't know from where it came. Second, you spoke about nuclear disaster. I'm so pathetic on you that nuclear disaster can be identified by artificial intelligence. Then why did COVID-19 catastrophe was not alerted by artificial intelligence? And nuclear disaster is something which the bomb is being planted, and you took 7 years to give a report. That's what a WHO report says, but it's nowhere related to the context. In fact, I will tell you a research which says that more than 30,000 artificial intelligence researchers in the year 2015 assigned an open letter saying that if AI decides to launch the nuclear bombs and biological weapons, What will be your radiation? You gave 1,000 lost life, radiation still spreading. If a human has planted that, that is the effect. If the artificial intelligent machines impacts the bomb, imagine the effect of that. Then second thing is, you told about could save. We are not speaking about could, it is your opinion. We are categorically saying that it represents a threat. We don't want any opinions. We want facts that it saves. Then you spoke about the University of Southampton. I think you just touched about the medical field, but AI has so much risk even in medical field. I will tell you. In February 2018, there was a malicious use of artificial intelligence in forecasting, preventing, and mitigation, where 26 researchers from 14 institutions told that it will create a serious impact on medical, physical, digital, and political security. Nowhere the stat says that it is fully 100% secured in that. Then the last thing you told about the risk and benefits. We are not come here to speak about the advantages and disadvantages. I appreciate that you have told the advantages of artificial intelligence too, where you have accepted the view. But here we are speaking about the threat. A machine which you create later you cannot control definitely is a threat. Internet you spoke, just off your mobile or off your internet and keep aside. Will you be there for even 5 seconds? No. All your facts are baseless. All your facts are just opinions, and all your research are just one-sided, and not even the meaning of an artificial intelligence is not the next internet. So we strongly believe and we strongly pass the motion that artificial intelligence represents a threat to humankind, and all your facts are imaginary, like a research in the internet from Google. Over to the debate moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Lina Alkurt.
Contest moderator, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Our team is against the motion that artificial intelligence represents a threat to humankind because simply it is the exact opposite. Based on what my team members presented in their speeches from the mentioned scientific resources, let's ask ourselves, how many catastrophic disasters could be avoided? How many lives could be spared? How many terrible accidents could be wiped out from human history if artificial intelligence was used on the right time to eliminate human error? My fellow team members did not only argue against that artificial intelligence is a threat and harmful, but also they proved that, and with scientific references, that it is a friendly tool for social inclusion of people with disabilities by making the information more accessible and removing these communication barriers, especially for sensory disabled, as mentioned in the opening of our argument. In the rebuttal, we proved that artificial intelligence will create thousands of jobs. It was an aid for icons in the field of IT and science. And Ghassan said that it even gave Steve Hawken a voice when he couldn't speak. As my two team members advised, don't be afraid of artificial intelligence. Don't be fooled by movies. Okay, it has a scary name maybe, but in fact, it is a friendly and useful tool. And by the way, you are already using it. in your daily life. You rely on it more than you think you do. And as Dana said, who does not ask Google Assistant or your Alexa or Siri for road directions or data? So please continue using artificial intelligence to complement your work and effort. Back to you.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballots. Now, I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Rajiv Vakayal.
Debate masters, fellow Toastmasters, and our worthy opponent. Good morning. Let me summarize. My opening speaker has clearly introduced the debate topic AI represents threat to humankind with the expert warning on AI. Bill Gates stated human should definitely be worried about the threat caused by AI. My speaker then defined what is AI, a machine thinking and acting like humans, and the threat. As we develop better and better machines, one day AI will surpass the human intelligence. My speaker has presented three clear evidence to support our topic. Number one, the AlphaZero learning chess in just 4 hours and checkmating the supercomputers and the grandmasters in the world. The McKinsey report in 2020 indicating 800 million jobs will be lost by 2030. Number three, the PricewaterhouseCoopers reports in December 20, referring Indian corporate, 67% of executives allow mission to make decisions in the world. Speakers stated the biggest reality that our future generation, our children have surrendered to their intelligence to machines. Why to think when you can just Google it? With these facts and statistics and logic, my speaker has proven and demonstrated that AI represents a real threat to humankind. My rebuttal speaker has emphatically rebutted the opposition with the facts and figures. Opposition view that they are confusing AI with the internet. The oppositions were just coming with opinion. He said, counterattacked AI is a threat to the medical security with relevant data. My speaker mentioned opposition deviated from the topic, and with these facts and statistics, conclusively support our motion that AI represents a threat to humankind. Therefore, we strongly stand for our case. Over to you, debate master.
3 minutes for the judges to mark their ballots. I would request members of both teams to please keep their videos on to take a group picture. Zoom master, could you please take a group picture and lots of smiles on screen, please? Thank you, Zoom master. With that, we come to the end of the quarterfinals debate between the dynamic daredevils and the articulate avengers. Let us give both the teams a huge round of applause, please. That was one fiery contested quarterfinal round of the interdivision debate contest. I'm sure, just like me, you all must be eager to know who has made the cut and which team shall move to the semi-final round. Without further ado, in order to take the proceedings further, let me now hand over the stage back to the vibrant MC, Toastmaster Middat.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Nikita. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Nikita, for conducting this session so beautifully. That was indeed a series of thought-provoking ideas and a heated debate. They say that words have energy and power with the ability to help, to heal, to hinder, to hurt, to harm, and to humble. Think of the power we wield and the impact we can make if we become more intentional about encouraging the right usage and ensuring to think before we speak or write. Since we are in the age of social media where one word on Twitter can destroy your image or can make you a star. The right words make all the difference, so be mindful of the power of words. Choose your words wisely. You all have witnessed the debates, and you were able to vouch that how wisely and how precisely our debaters have used the power of their words to make their stand. And I'm sure that all of you have formed your own opinions on the teams and have probably got some favorites. So let's see if the judges are ready to share their perspective. To announce the results of the quarterfinal, I would like to invite our Chief Judge, DTM Balaji Nagabhushan. Chief Judge, are we ready to declare the results?
MC is in a breakout room. You need to wait for him to come back.
All right, then, no problem. Thank you for updating me. So in the meantime, why don't you unmute yourself, switch on your videos, and let's see the beautiful faces behind these closed cameras. Okay, now I could see my screen is much more colorful than it was previously. Okay, that's interesting. Now I could see more colors. Yes, now the room is like lighting up with all the beautiful smiles I can see. That's more like it. See, this is something what we always are in need when we come to this virtual background where we don't even know if the other person behind the camera is actually smiling while we are presenting, or they're just frowning and just getting tired of the blabber. Zoom Master, shall we capture this moment? Are you ready to assist me?
Yes. Please
Awesome,
switch on the
then.
camera and give a good smile, please.
So those of you, if you haven't switched on your cameras, please do so. We really want to capture this moment of history making, I would say, the second interdivision debate contest. So give your best smile so our photographer can capture the moment. Just let us know while you're clicking so we make sure that to keep the smile on our faces.
Laughing is contagious. More screen will get on now.
All right then. Don't be shy, it's okay. You look beautiful with the way you are.
Zoom master, please take quickly. My smile is hurting.
On the screen.
Done. You can relax now.
Now I can contract my smile.
Yes, I'm sure he needs to save his smile for the next debate to ensure that his competitors are happy to see him. Thank you so much, Zoom Master, for assisting us to capturing this moment. Thank you, DTM Hariharan, for voicing your thoughts with us. Since we are talking about the power of words, okay, before I even start, Zoom Master, just let me know once our chief judge is back in the room. I know it has been a pretty much intense debate and they are having a tough time decide the winners, I'm sure. So
Sure,
thank you so much. All right, then, in the meantime, since we are talking about the power of words, I thought instead of me doing all the talking, why don't I start interacting with everyone and get to see what are your thoughts on the power of words? So let me begin with Toastmaster Charmin. I see you smiling there. Would you like to share your thoughts on the power of words? Or feel free to unmute yourself. It's okay, the judges won't mark you. Okay, I see someone raising their hands. Toastmaster Syed Ahmed.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I believe the power of words is it's very strong because words are like arrows. They make or break things. If you use your words wisely, it can help someone to get motivated and succeed in life. However, if you use them in a negative way, it can even break hearts. And if you do that, it's very hard to take it back again, because once you release the words out of your mouth, they can never come back. So I believe the power of words is extreme, and every person should be strong enough and mindful of what they say and how they say it.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Syed Ahmed, for sharing your thoughts. Anyone else would like to give it a try?
I would like to go for it.
Sure. Yes,
The
Toastmaster Raghuraman.
Yeah, the words are like how the trees which breaks into the rocks. The rocks is very hard, it was referred to be, and it allows the tree roots, which is very soft, into deep inside. Your words are like that. Even a small soft word will break into the hard person and then make him success in his life. So words are so powerful. Thank you.
Amazing, well said. Anyone else would like to give it a try? Toastmaster Charmin, I don't know why I see you smiling there, so I want you to say something.
Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful session, morning session we had, the quarterfinals. And yes, the power of words. Fully agree with both the previous people who spoke. Words can either make you or break you. It has that much of an impact. It can influence you and it can disorient you. So you need to always be mindful of what you say, how you say, and not only that, you need to put yourself in the shoes of the other people when you talk and when you relate to them, because sentiments and everything is all coupled in those words that you speak to people. Many a times, some may like what you say, some may not like what you say, but it all depends on the words that you utter from your lovely mouth. Thank you.
That was really beautiful. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Charmin. Rightly said that yes, even at times, we don't see anyone, we don't know anyone, and we just say the word hi, thank you. It can make a huge difference in someone else's life. Anyone else would like to give it a try? I don't know why I see Toastmaster John Joseph smiling there. Would you like to give it a try, sir?
MC Chief Judge is back.
All right, then. I will get back to you later, Toastmaster George.
You are trying to catch all the smiley faces.
Fine.
Hold that thought. I will get back to you, right? Because I know all of you are super excited to know the results. And we have the quarterfinal results ready with our Chief Judge, DTM Balaji Nagarajan. Now, before I invite him, I hope, yes, he's in the room. Now, by profession, he has been a banker for last 28 years. And currently he's serving in a senior management into logistics company for the last 5 years. He has been a part of Toastmasters for last 23 years. He has served all roles in a club level, has been an area governor, division director, district director, and many, many more. The list simply goes on and on. And to him, when I ask him, what are the accolades which you have received in Toastmasters, just have a simple statement to say. The love given by people is what he cherished the most. And he believes that motivation, commitment, inspiration are all the great words that we use. But if we do not use the power of words to convey our message, these words become useless. He recalls Martin Luther King quote, he used the right time and place to use the right words which inspired the public, and then everything was history. So please put your hands together for none other than our Chief Judge of the ceremony, DTM Balaji Nagabhushan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, and thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity to be the Chief Judge today. We have a fantastic team of judges. So we had 4 quarterfinals. So instead of beating around the bush and wasting time, let me just announce the names of the winners for the 4 quarterfinals. Yeah. For the first quarterfinal, the winner, Invincible Icons. You can take time and clap for them. If you want to unmute, you can unmute too. For the second quarterfinals, the winners, Lethal Lions. For the third quarterfinals, the winners, Gallant Gladiators. And the fourth quarterfinals, the winners, Dynamic Daredevil. Yes! I would like to thank all the teams which participated. You were all fantastic, but somewhere or the other, only one team can move forward in each of the rounds. So thank you so much for the participation. We now have a 5-minute break. Yeah, a break in the sense it's just time for the teams to refresh onto the semifinals. So we move on to the semifinals now, and the semifinals would be for the topic, prenuptial agreements should be mandatory. Lethal Lions versus Dynamic Daredevils. So Lethal Lions will go for the topic and Dynamic Daredevils will go against the topic. Semifinals 2, the subject, traditions are an obstacle to progress. For the topic will be Invincible Icons, against will be Gallant Gladiators. All the best, everyone.
Thank you so much, Diti and Balaji. So I know the room is pretty much heated up after the debate, after the results announcements. So here we are taking 5 minutes break. So if you like, you can go for a hot chocolate, for a coffee, a lemon juice, a cold water, whatever you like. So we will be back right after 5 minutes. See you after 5 minutes. Thank you, timer. Chief Judge, shall we proceed?
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Excuse me, Middat, can you just wait a few seconds till we get the timers in place?
Sure, no problem.
There's a change of timers, so just please wait for a few seconds.
Sure, no problem.
Hello. Yes, Middat, good to go from our side.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Titi and Soumya. All right, then. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure you're fully charged after taking up the refreshments, hot chocolate, coffee, lemon juice, cold water, your choice. Because you really need to be fully charged. So buckle up for the session for the semi-final debate round. And to conduct this session, we have a Toastmaster who has been into Toastmasters for the last 5 years. She has been up to division level for many contests. Profession, she is a chartered accountant. Her philosophy of life is to live and let live. Keep moving until you reach your goal. She believes we should be careful while using words. A positive word can make somebody's life, and a negative one can break it. Words said can be forgiven, but cannot be forgotten. That's the power of words, so use it wisely. So please put your hands together, give a big virtual round of applause for our semi-final debate moderator, the pretty lady, Toastmaster Pretty. Over to you, Toastmaster Pretty.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the semi-finals of the District 105 Interdivision Debate Contest. And it is my pleasure to be the debate moderator for this exciting round. Debate is a discussion that involves two sides presenting opposing views on a particular topic. I often wondered at the emergence of debate. The first few debates can be traced back to ancient Greece and ancient India, where intellectuals debated on philosophical and religious topics. Scholars participated to reveal the inner meaning, arth, of scriptures, shastras. There were three types of shastras prevalent: the Veda Katha, healthy discussions which targeted the truth; the Jalpa Katha, where two contradictory interpretations contested with each other; and the Vedanta Katha, which attacked the other views without establishing their own view. The Veda Katha was usually among the Guru and Sishya, or among people belonging to the same philosophical school, while the later two took place amongst antagonist sects. People weighed with each other to win the contest by showcasing the language of ancient scriptures. However, these debates were conducted under certain rules. Today, we are here to witness an exciting semi-final rounds of the Interdivision Debate Contest 2020-2021 between two groups of scholars, and they have some rules too. At the outset, let me state the debate rules, and they are: if a team does not report at the commencement of contest, a walkover will be provided to the opposition team present, and they automatically move to the next round. If both the teams in a group are not present at the time of commencement, that group shall be eliminated from participation. No speaker shall take the opportunity of abusing or accusing an opponent personally during his or her address. In case of technical failure, Chief Judge will intervene and stop the speaker. 1 minute shall be given for the participant to reconnect. The speaker shall continue from where they ended the speech at the time of the technical failure. The speaker will be given the remaining time to complete the speech, along with 30 seconds grace time. In case the speaker is unable to reconnect, then the backup speaker is to take over immediately. Even if more than one speaker of a team faces any kind of a technical issue, only the same backup speaker will be permitted to replace the speakers. The sequence of speaking is as shown in this slide. Can we have the slide, please? Timer, please note. Timing for the opening and rebuttal speaker. Green light at 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Red light.
From dynamic daredevils, we have sent a different order to our division director.
Okay, we will note that.
It is Sam Cherian as the opening speaker, Suresh Karta as the backup speaker.
Sam Cherian, yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so well noted, we will change it. Sam Cherian being the okay, I will announce it. Timer, please note. Timing for the opening and rebuttal speaker. Green light at 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Red light at 3 minutes. For the closing speaker, green light at 1 minute, 30 seconds. Red light at 2 minutes. 45 seconds between speakers for judges to mark the ballot. 3 minutes at the end of debate for judges to tally the scores. Our chief judge this morning is DTM Balaji Nagabhushan. It is now time to begin the contest. Zoom masters, are we ready?
Yes.
Timers, are we ready?
Yes.
Now for the first semi-final rounds debate, please welcome our teams. Team Little Lions for the motion and Team Dynamic Daredevils against the motion. For the audio-visual check, please say, I am ready for the battle when I call upon your names. Representing Team Little Lions, opening speaker, Toastmaster Robin Anand.
I'm ready for the battle.
Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Hashim Halim.
I'm ready for the battle.
Closing speaker, Toastmaster Biju Nair.
I'm ready for the battle.
Backup speaker, Toastmaster Vinod Panikar.
I am ready for the battle.
Good. Going against team is the team Daredevils, represented by opening speaker, Toastmaster Sam Cherian.
I am ready for the battle.
Great. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster R. Ramanujan.
I am ready for the battle.
Awesome. Closing speaker, Toastmaster Rajiv Vakil.
I'm ready for the battle.
Great. Backup speaker, Toastmaster Suresh Karta.
My team is ready for the battle.
Great. Chief Judge, do I have your permission to proceed?
I have just one comment to the semi-finalists. Please note that when we talk about abusive language, it also means abusive expressions, deteriorating facial expressions or gestures. So please be careful while doing it. You can smile, you can say yes, no, whatever it is with your nodding, but please do not try to use deterioratory gestures and facial expressions. All the best, we can go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Judge. The motion for debate is prenuptial agreements should be mandatory. Prenuptial agreements should be mandatory. Now I would like to call upon the first speaker from the team affirmative for opening, Toastmaster Robin Anand.
Respected moderator and members of the House, good morning to all. We Lethal Lions stand for the motion. Prenuptial agreements should be made mandatory. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines prenuptial agreement as an agreement made between two people before marrying that establishes rights to property and support in the event of divorce or death. Everyone has something worth protecting. Mandatory prenups would mean support laws will be in place, enough information and guidance for couples to manage property, debt, future inheritances, and earnings in case of divorce or death of a partner. And it will be easier to implement in court without getting personal, messy, or combative. And let me share an astounding figure. The global divorce rate has increased up to 251% since 1960, as per Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD report 2018. So in the changing world order, prenuptial agreements being made mandatory are an insurance clause for both parties in marriage. Even when couples enter marriage with love and best of intentions, people change and divorce happens. Prenup ensures both parties exit the agreement, keeping their respect for each other, privacy, and financial stability intact. A prenup allows you and your spouse to make decisions at a time when you're getting along and in harmony. A contested divorce could result in a lengthy court battle, or untimely death could leave your spouse helpless. Preservation of pre-marriage financial stability. You can protect the inheritance rights of children and grandchildren from a previous marriage through a prenuptial agreement. Without a prenup, the surviving spouse from the second marriage may have a right to claim a large portion of the property, leaving little for the children from a prior marriage, leading to contested wills, family dispute, leading to criminal activities. Preservation of entrepreneurial stability. Owning a business, intellectual property, or patent, a prenup agreement can protect your interests. So it is not subject to division and dilution of goodwill or value in case of a divorce. If one spouse has a substantial amount of debt, a prenuptial agreement can protect the other party from having to take on that individual's debt. Even if you stay happily married, creating a prenuptial agreement has value. This process can give couples the opportunity to completely disclose their financial situations with full transparency. Prenuptial agreements are the marriage insurance policies for couples, helping reduce the crimes caused by non-agreement of divorce terms. As a team, we strongly support the motion. Prenuptial agreements should be made mandatory and request the House to upheld the motion. Thank you.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the constructive speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Sam Cherian.
Good morning, debate moderator, worthy opponents and guests. The motion on the floor is prenuptial agreements should be mandatory. Our team stands firmly opposed to the motion. In order for anything to be made mandatory, there should be a law. In order for there to be a law, there should be a social, political, or economic evil that it could address. We believe that prenuptial agreements, which are essentially a luxury for the rich and famous, do not address any social evil, therefore should not be made mandatory. Let me explain further. While marriage as an institution has existed for several centuries, not a single country in the world has made prenup a necessary precondition for marriage. Have you ever wondered why? A prenuptial agreement is merely a provision restricted to the individualistic choices of the affluent. The Harvard Gazette in 2013 observes that the initiation of a prenup signals doom to the marriage even before it is taken off. It goes on to observe that the provision is relevant and exclusive to the very wealthy. In the US, where divorce rates are the third highest in the world, almost 4.3 per thousand per year, do not recognize the prenup agreement in every state. The Asia Nikkei in March 20 observes that in China, which houses almost 19% of the world's population, where prenups are more prevalent, has seen an increase in divorce rates from 500,000 to 3.73 million in 25 years. This leads us to the conclusion that simply making prenups mandatory for the common man to get married could result in a bigger social evil than addressing a social evil, failing marriages and rising divorces. In India, the Supreme Court in 2021 opined that any contract that has marriage as an object is null and void. Meanwhile, other provisions such as the Family Law, the Marriage Act, the Succession Act, the Contract Act covers all areas of conflict. In several Asian societies, marriage is a lifetime commitment and divorce is a minor exception. Therefore, proposing prenup as mandatory is thoroughly superfluous. Remember the recent case of celebrity divorce Bill and Melinda Gates, when the world's richest couple can divide marital wealth amicably without a prenup. Why would you and I need a law? The top 10 high ticket prenups from Jack Welch at 400 million to Beyonce at 25 million certainly do not justify proposing prenups to be mandatory. Marriages are built in love, in hope, sacrifice, and above all, common purpose, requiring 100% participation of both partners to bring up a family. Proposing a prenup as a contingency could risk the first seeds of discord and distrust at the onset. Since making prenup agreements mandatory yield no tangible benefits, nor address any specific social evil, please join me and my team rejecting the motion. I rest my case.
45 seconds. Now I would like to call upon the rebuttal speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster R. Ramanujan.
Good morning, fellow Toastmasters and my worthy opponents. Our opening speaker gave a theory based out of could and mays. There was no data, no empirical proof that yes, prenups agreements can be a life-saving for the diverse settlements. He didn't even give a 0.1% of a data that what is the correlation between the prenups agreements and diverse. I would like to take you to the memory lane of a famous personality, Donald Trump, where his prenups was thrown out. He didn't save him. It was thrown out literally. So there was not even a one piece of data that was being given. Second, I'm entering into a contract, I'm entering into a marriage full of love. I'm not seen a financial statement signed by the big fours where I give lot of disclosures of my assets and my liabilities and everything. And I would like to also tell prenups lacks consideration. I'll say why. You have one of the spouse who just for the sake of family took the homemaking choice, but the prenups doesn't even consider what consideration should be given. It is just only give and take, but not take and, but it's only give, but it's nowhere that it has to be a mandatory. Third thing is child custody. We always say that family consists of a child too, but prenups never ever speaks about who has the right for child custody. The lot of prenups of famous personalities that what our opening speaker quoted is very silent. Who will take the child custody? And it is being left to the court or the child. Second, death. I would like to reiterate a person who is died as not prenups and vital because by a succession loss or inheritance planning, automatically he or she gets the asset. Nowhere a prenups is mandatory. You are talking about some statistics. If I take about the population of the two biggest countries in China and India, where India, there is no prenups a law at all because a marriage is just a love and care and affection. It is not a contract. When there is no contract, how can you make it as a mandatory? Not even any countries makes a preliminary requirement for a marriage. You need to have a prenup agreement. When there is no such empirical evidence that you put on a table that yes, prenups is a vital thing for a marriage, then how can it be made mandatory? To tell our stance that the data was very blank, it was a could or may theory without any opinions, and there is no correlation between the divorce and prenups, and it is just a financial statement business and not a marriage business, and more or less a marriage is just of love and care. It is not a contract. When there is no a contract, prenups cannot be made mandatory under any law which is prevalent in all the countries. Over to the debate moderator.
"45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Hashim Halim.
The topic on the floor is prenuptial agreements should be made mandatory. And my team and I firmly stand for this motion. The topic was only prenup, but our worthy opponents have come up with preconceived notions that have prepared for this presentation. First of all, they started out with the definition of mandatory. Thank you. It was mandatory to put that right at the beginning. Well done there. They said in their own opinion that there should be a law in order for prenups. And secondly, that a law would be needed only if there was a socio-political evil that is being addressed. I wonder who came up with this. Whoever it is, very smart person indeed, but that has no relevance here unless you cite where this source is. And the idea is we are addressing a socio-political evil, which is the unequal distribution of your wealth, which has been amassed prior to the marriage. Second of all, it went into another barrage of opinions that prenuptial agreements are for the rich and famous. It bears no relevance and is not true. Prenuptial can be for everybody, which is why it is being proposed that it should be made mandatory. One of the major flaws in the thought process of our worthy opponents, that is that it does not exist anywhere, which is probably why we are debating why it should be made mandatory. Otherwise, it would have been said, make it not mandatory or remove it. The idea is it should be made mandatory. And as my worthy opener has already mentioned, making something mandatory comes with it a set of laws, a set of directives, and a set of instructions on how it is to be implemented. The sources that have been cited, the Harvard Gazette in 1930, prenup could lead to discord. 1930, come on. We are living in 2021. Let's move on. The world has moved on, so should you. Then we went on to the classic self-goal. One side, you had the divorce, US, which has the highest divorce rate, 4.3 million. They don't recognize prenups. On the other side, you had China, which does recognize prenups, and there is an increase in divorce. Contradicting statements, contradicting places, contradicting parts of the world. Thank you. In either case, the point here is that if there are prenups for the common man, they will be able to protect themselves in the case of any discord or death for that matter. Next, we went on to talk about celebrity divorces. Bill and Melinda Gates, Jack Welch, Beyonce. Bill and Melinda Gates can manage their finances. What happens to the person who does not have that much finances, who has some inherited wealth, who has a prior family, who has children from a previous marriage? What happens to these common people? They need prenups to be able to protect themselves. Marriage is for love. Indeed, keep it about love. Don't keep it about finances. Don't keep it about wealth that has been inherited. Don't keep it about anything else. Let the romance be real, which is what our team has been stating all along. So in the end, My team and I firmly stand for the motion. Prenuptial agreements should be made mandatory. Let marriage be only about love. Keep the
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call upon the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Rajiv Vakil.
Debate moderator, fellow masters, and worthy opponents. Good morning. Let me summarize. My opening speaker has straightaway established our point with two key questions. Are there any real tangible benefit to prenups? Are these ever qualified to be legalized? Then my speaker has stated two reality. If prenups were made mandatory to common man, ordinary people may even hesitate to get married, which could even have more dangerous social evil. My speaker has presented the fact that no country in the world is made mandatory prenups. My speaker has presented four clear evidence to support our topic. Number one, the Harvard Gazette in 2013 observed that the initiation of prenup signals doomed to the marriage. Number two, the statistics from the largest populous country, China, on prenup. Number three, the observation of Supreme Court of India mentioning prenups is not valid in India. Number four, a very recent case, a recent celebrity, Bill and Melinda Gates, how the couple managed without any prenups. My speaker has added the very important point, marriages are built in love, hope, sacrifice, and above all, a common purpose. Proposing a prenup as a contingency could risk as the first seed of discord and distress. With these facts and statistics, logic, my speaker has proven and demonstrated the case. My rebuttal speaker has emphatically reverted with opposition. Opposition has come without any data, irrelevant points. He reiterated the case, the biggest population of China and India. He said that the opposition couldn't prove any correlation between prenups and divorce. With these facts and figures have conclusively support our motion that prenuptial agreement should be mandatory. Therefore, we propose to reject the motion.
"45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Biju Nair.
Good morning, everyone. We Lethal Lions stand for the motion prenuptial agreements should be made mandatory. We have put across our detailed arguments which demonstrated conclusively why all should support this motion. My opening speaker defined prenuptial agreements and explained why these agreements should be made mandatory, and mandatory prenups would mean Support laws will be in place, which is in a necessity in case of divorce or death of a partner. He quoted the QCD report, which clearly stated that the global divorce has increased by 251% since 1960. All the more reason to have this agreement in place, taking care of the social and financial aspect of both. It allows you and your spouse to make a decision at a time when you're getting along in the right harmony. You can protect the inheritance right of children and grandchildren from a previous marriage through a prenuptial agreement. If you own a business, a prenuptial agreement can protect your business interests too. My rebuttal speaker tore apart the farrago of misinterpreted arguments put forward by our worthy opponents. When the opponents were roaming in the world of love and romance, they forgot love is blind, which can cover the realities post-marriage. Law for mandatory, no source quoted, absolutely no quote been given as substantiating it. Since it is not practiced, we said, yes, we are debating it to make it practice. At least this be the first move to make it happen. Let's go along with this. Contradicting data of marriage and divorce of China and US, this mandatory clause will also help everyone beyond celebrities, which has been clearly explained and exposed by my rebuttal speaker. Our conclusion is based on facts and reality. Prenuptial agreements should be made mandatory as it works as an insurance coverage for married life. Let's together support this motion for a betterment of everyone, especially the coming up generation, to live with dignity and secure feeling. Back to the House.
Three minutes for the judges to mark and tally the ballot. I would request members of both teams to please keep your videos on to take a group picture. Zoom master, could you please take a group picture? May I request contestants of semi-final round 2 to put on their videos? Are your speaking orders the same for the teams? Team Invincible and Galleon Gliders?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. With that, we come to the end of the first semi-finals debate between Little Lions and Dynamic Daredevils. Let us give both the teams a big round of applause. It is now time to begin the next contest. Zoom Master, are we ready?
Yes.
Timers, are we ready?
Yes.
Moving on to our second debate in semifinals, we have the invincible icons pitted against the gallant gladiators. For the audio-visual check, please say, "I am ready for the battle" when I call upon your names. Speaking for the motion are the invincible icons represented by opening speaker Toastmaster Amita Navsarikar.
We are ready for the battle.
Rebuttal speaker Toastmaster Tina Satish.
We are ready for the battle.
Closing speaker Toastmaster Manpreet Kaur.
We are ready for the battle.
Backup speaker Toastmaster Anirudh Deora.
We are ready for the battle.
Great. Speaking against the motion are the gallant gladiators represented by opening speaker Toastmaster Anand Bhoraskar.
We are ready for the battle.
Great. The rebuttal speaker Toastmaster Sandeep Malhotra.
We are ready for the battle.
Thank you. The closing speaker Toastmaster Amit Luthra.
We are ready for the battle.
Backup speaker Toastmaster Kamini Singh.
We are ready for the battle.
Chief Judge, do I have your permission to proceed?
Yes, you have.
Thank you. The motion for the debate is, traditions are an obstacle to progress. Traditions are an obstacle to progress. Now, I would like to call the first speaker from Team Affirmative for opening, Toastmaster Amita Navsarikar.
Good morning. My team and I stand for the motion, traditions are an obstacle to progress. According to Oxford Dictionary, tradition means the transmission of customs or beliefs from generation to generation, or the fact of being passed on in this way. And progress means development towards an improved or more advanced condition. People often think that the familiar is better and different is bad, and that perspective needs to be corrected. Based on findings on how social beliefs obstruct gender equality and thus progress in areas like politics, work, and education, posted on 5th March 2020 by the United Nations Development Programme for Gender Social Norms Index, data from 75 countries covering over 80% of world's population calls on governments and institutions to use a new generation of policies to change discriminatory beliefs and practices through education and by raising awareness. The main reason that the traditions are an obstacle to progress is because they cause limiting of rights. According to a published survey in 2017 by Cattolica di Celi School of Business, women remain underrepresented in business leadership roles worldwide. The obstacles to women participating in their local economy are much the same as the ones observed in other developed countries. Once people have a traditional stereotype in their heads like women can't lead, it is reflected in terms of salary. The gap between women and men is bigger for highly educated women. According to a study done in 2017 by University of Ghana Business School, traditionally there they follow a paternal inheritance system in which only men are forced to look for jobs. Consequently, women stay at home, do household chores, and bring up children. So investment in women, especially in education, is generally seen as a waste of money and time. Even though female representation in the workforce has improved, the glass ceiling may not be a myth. Such traditional thinking makes it difficult for women to succeed in the workplace. Even where women have risen to become bosses, male subordinates may find it difficult to take instructions from them. And India is not far behind similar traditions too. Dear Toastmasters, if we are going to look back at what Mary and John did in the past to solve a problem every time, then how are we going to move forward? Economist Sari bin Chris aptly said, the saying, tradition goes on, is anti-dynamic and ruins the progress and development of every nation that adheres to it. We stand united for the motions. Traditions are an obstacle to progress.
"45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the constructive speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Anand Bhoraskar.
Traditions can never be an hindrance to progress because true tradition is open enough to welcome changes. The traditional masters of the past were wise enough to perceive the necessity and inevitability of change. Traditions are not static. They are constantly emerging, and with time, new thoughts and new ways of doing things evolve into focus. Good morning, all. Traditions and progress are actually complementary to each other. They are not mutually exclusive. They remind us of what we are part of a history that defines our past, shapes who we are today, and who are we likely to become, and facilitating progress rather than hindering it. To support the motion, let us look at the core aspect of what tradition brings to us. Tradition contributes a sense of comfort and belonging. It brings families together and enables people to reconnect with friends, and is very important in context of globalization. Tradition reinforces values such as freedom, faith, integrity, a good education, personal responsibility, a strong work ethic, and the value of being selfless. Tradition provides forum to showcase role models and celebrate the thing that really matters in life. The 2009 study of PW Research Center show many Asian countries are doing extremely well on economic front, even after following their tradition to core. Traditions are like good health. You may take it for granted until you lose it. If we disregard our traditional values, we will open our eyes one day and won't be able to recognize our world anymore. Let us consider two simple examples to prove the point. In earlier ages, what did people brush their teeth with? People used to brush their teeth with neem and salt. But then, with the passage of time, came the advent of chemical-based toothpaste. Eventually, everyone realized having neem and salt in is necessary to improve the dental health. According to 2018 Grand View research, the global herbal market size is at a US $1.5 billion mark. The hypermarkets and supermarkets held a category leading share of 47%. The online retail sales estimated with a compounded annual growth rate of 0.4%. Astonishing. Wasn't Gurukuls and Madrasas a tradition? Our modern schools denied them concept, high intensity and intelligent curriculum, forgetting the fundamentals. And nowadays, IIMs and ISBs follow the Gurukul Parampara. So traditions are to society what roots are to a tree. Have you ever seen a tree progress without roots? Hence, we firmly believe that motion, tradition are an obstacle to progress, needs to be rejected. Over to you, debate moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Sandeep Malhotra.
Tradition is not the worship of ashes, but the preservation of fire, said Gustav Mahler, an Austrian composer. Our friends in the opposition took the convenient definition of traditions. Yes, traditions are a series of beliefs and values that are passed along through generations. But true tradition is open enough to welcome changes. Traditions are not static. Some of our mindsets are. Our opponents also focused on all the negativity surrounded around traditions, like their being discriminatory, especially to women. The speech to me sounded more like an appeal for women empowerment, which we are not at all against. We all support that, but that's for some other debate. Today, we are debating something else. An example of how well women have progressed, my dear friends, is you can see it on the screen right now. 4 out of 7 people on the screen are women, and they have progressed to the semifinals. She said women cannot lead. Anyone heard the name of Indra Nooyi? Karen Armstrong says in 12 Steps to a Compassionate Life, we can either emphasize those aspects of our traditions that speak of hatred, exclusion, and suspicion, or work with those that stress the independence and equality of all human beings. The choice is yours. I believe criticism of traditions is a result of ignorance and maybe a certain degree of inferiority complex. Our opponents are saying that traditions are an obstacle to progress. Let me take them down to something which is very relevant. Toastmasters International has had a tradition of holding world championships for public speaking for the last 83 years. Now, if we call that tradition an obstacle to progress, we won't be progressing the way we are in our leadership skills, in our public speaking skills. What is key here is a better understanding of traditional values. Let me give you an example. Knife is a useful household appliance, but if you do not understand what its productive use is and use it to cut a neck instead of a vegetable, do we blame the knife or the person who is using the knife? It is not right to call tradition as an obstacle to progress. The most important part is to travel back in the tradition, understand the fundamentals, and then take value out of it. If understood properly, tradition will never ever be an obstacle to progress. In view of this, the gallant gladiators strongly urge this House to reject the motion that traditions are an obstacle to progress. Over to you, debate moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Tina Satish.
Good afternoon, dear Toastmasters, and also all the team members of my opposing team and my own teammates. We as a team are standing for the statement that traditions are definitely an obstacle to progress. Now, my opposing opposing member said that traditions are open to welcome changes. Now, why is that a tradition is being removed from it? It is because it is in need of that change. The need of the hour is because of that. It is that tradition is being detrimental to that progress, which is the reason why it has to be changed from that particular point of view. You talked about traditions bringing a sense of belonging and bringing families get together and reinforcing values. Now, what kind of family gatherings are we talking about? Is it that particular wedding wherein we have all these people getting together to judge every small little aspect that's happening and to boost down or to break down the morale of the motivation of everyone that has been gathered around there? What is the point of saying that a family gathering or so is actually a traditional family gathering is improving upon the value of a particular person? As an individual, I think it is more of a sense of civic responsibility and value and the good education that's imbibed in you that actually improvises your character and not just the traditions. For example, would you want not to put your parents in an old age home and instead embrace them because of a traditional value? No, it's because of your sense of duty towards them and the love that you have towards your parents. So definitely traditions is not an rising factor here when it comes to what you are or to define you as a person. Progress is taking a step forward, and tradition is basically just repeating everything one after the other. And as Albert Einstein has always said, to keep on repeating something is equivalent to insanity, expecting the same kind of change that is happening. She talks about Asian countries embracing culture and tradition and making sure that they are going ahead in terms of progress. But there are so many traditions in the Asian countries. What is the culture that you're talking about? Is this a culture wherein it is detrimental to women empowerment or detrimental to child abuse or a harmfulness to animals? Is that the kind of culture or tradition that we are talking about here? This is something that we have to definitely look into. Talked about neem and salt, but then this is just basically using tradition to look for commercialization. Again, it's a progress. They are looking at that venue to make a financial revenue model out of it and so forth. Talked about gurukuls. In this modern setup, how can we look at, if you keep looking back and stepping forward, you're definitely going to trip and fall. So my dear friends, let me quote Mahatma Gandhi by saying that to swim, it is good to swim in tradition, but to sink in it is in suicide. Therefore, we stand for the statement, traditions are an
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Amit Luthra.
Spanish philosopher George Santayana once said, "The basis of progress are not the changes, but traditions." A very good morning to debate moderator, respected judges, and my fellow Toastmasters. We strongly reject the motion that traditions are an obstacle to progress, because traditions and progress are complementary to each other. They are not mutually exclusive. Our opening speaker strongly opposed the motion by presenting the core aspects of traditions. Number one, traditions contribute a sense of comfort and belonging. It brings families, friends, and in general, all of us together, and in a way has led to globalization. Traditions reinforces values such as freedom, faith, integrity, personal responsibility, a strong work ethic. All of them lead us to the path of progress. Then my fellow teammate presented a 2019 study of PEW Research Center showing that many Asian countries are doing well on economic front even after following their traditions. And he also illustrated various examples like of toothpaste and gurukuls to reinforce the fact that traditions are not an obstacle to progress. Then our rebuttal speaker very effectively demolished the opponent's argument and proved that traditions are not an obstacle to progress by giving the very relevant example of the Toastmaster tradition, in which followed since years and is still helping in the self-growth and progress of people associated with it. Renowned American author Dave Armstrong once said, "Tradition is a fuel on the path of progress." So my dear friends, let's ignite the path of our progress with the fuel of our tradition towards a healthier and happier human existence. With this, as a team, gallant gladiators, we strongly urge the House to reject the motion that traditions are an obstacle to progress. Thank you all. Over to debate moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call upon the summary speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Manpreet Kaur.
Good morning once again. We, the invincible icons, stand in favor of the motion. Traditions are an obstacle to progress. My teammates effectively proved with facts that traditions hinder progress and can deter one from advancement. Based on findings posted in March 2020 by UN Development Program covering over 80% of world's population on how social beliefs obstruct gender equality, is calling on governments and institutions to use a new generation of policies to change discriminatory beliefs and practices. Study done in 2017 by University of Ghana Business School. Traditionally, women stay at home. Traditionally. Especially in education, it's generally seen as waste of money and time. What is the use of tradition that suppresses and curbs you? Albert Einstein, widely credited with scientific progress, says, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. In India, we see Mahavir Singh Phogat going against tradition to empower his daughters and breaking all traditional norms to see equality. In Aligarh, India, we don't need traditions to make memories. Memories, both bad and good, are created by individuals. Traditions of family get-togethers like weddings are for criticizing the dressing style and appearances. Do they help in progress? No. Also, traditions don't tell us right from wrong, but common sense does. We take care of our parents instead of putting them in an old age home because we love them, not because of tradition. My fellow teammates have effectively proved our point that traditions are an obstacle to progress. Our case clearly wins.
Three minutes for the judges to mark and tally the ballot. I would request members of both the teams to keep their videos on to take a group picture. Zoom master, could you please take a group picture? With this, we come to the end of the second semi-final debate between the invincible icons and gallant gladiators. Let us give both teams a round of applause. The teams deserve a resounding applause from all of you. Wow, that was such an intense battle of wits and words. I can barely wait to see who makes it to the finals. Kudos to all the teams for putting up such a strong battle. And now it is my pleasure to hand over the stage to the charming and charismatic MC, Toastmaster Middat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Preeti, for smoothly handling this heated debate session of semi-final debate. Oh my God, the temperature is rising so fast. No. I'm not here to provide you a weather forecast for UAE. I'm talking about the temperature rising in this Zoom meeting. Is your pulse beating fast? Show of hands? Is your heart racing? Well, mine is for sure. Nope, I haven't received any message for a winning lottery, but I have got a notification that the results are ready. Chief Judge, are we ready to go?
We'll need another 2 minutes, please.
All right then, no problem. I know that in between, in the previous one, I interrupted a few, not to say that just hold your thought and we will continue later on. So who is up for the challenge now? I don't know. I asked Toastmaster George to hold his thought. Are you still there? Okay, I see Toastmaster Hemant has switched on his camera. I'm sure he has something to say. Toastmaster Hemant, would you like to share your thoughts on the power of words?
Okay, I just switched on my camera. That was no indication of picking me. Okay. Power of words. I mean, our world champions have spoken about the power of words. Who am I to add anything to it? But I think a little word of encouragement can go a long way in making the champions who they are. That first word of encouragement, which they probably heard in their first Toastmaster meeting or their first speech or their first table topic, would have paved the path which led to the world championship. So power of words, yes, but don't underestimate the power of this little encouragement which you give to your team member, to your club member, to anybody around you, including your children and spouse.
Thank you, Division I Director-elect, very rightly said. In fact, Ralph C. Smedley once said that do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Well, you have left a trail for other people to speak. And since we are on this topic, I would like to again thank DTM Robin for setting up this trail for us that we are continuing in the second year for conducting this District 105 annual debate contest. So thank you so much, DTM Robin. And I saw Toastmaster Samir has switched on his camera. Are you still there to share your thoughts on the power of words?
Hello, Middat. And
Hello,
yeah,
Toastmaster Samir.
thank you. So this is a very powerful question, actually. And to invert the question and ask each person over here, if you were to remove your labels, if you were to remove your titles, if you were to remove your education, remove everything and you had to define yourself, how would you define yourself? And what I've discovered is the way we define ourselves, each person, is what we speak, is what we say. That is the individuality of each person. So that's how powerful it is. It defines us. Over to you.
That was awesome and powerful. Just what we expect from Toastmaster Samir, the famous conversationalist. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Samir, for sharing your thoughts. I see more people are switching on their cameras. So would you like to give it a try? I see the timer has indicated me. So I believe our chief judge is back. I know everyone's heartbeat is like popping out. Okay, I see another face before I get to hear anything. Our club growth director of District 105 is in the room, DTM Rania. How can I miss out?
Good
On
morning,
asking you
Medhat.
to share your thoughts on power of words. A very good morning to you.
I'm here since morning, but I was, hiding because I work on Saturday. So I just happened to have a chance to switch on the camera. The power of words. I believe today's event is a representation of the power of words and the power of arguments. And for me in my profession, because, I work with the hearing impaired, so every word makes a difference for my patients, and we try to transform their lives in the best way possible. Those who cannot speak, those who cannot basically voice their opinion. This is part of my journey to basically give them a tool to voice their feelings and become part of the community. So the power of words is basically an integral part of my daily life and my daily routine. So it really resonates with me. So thank you for the opportunity, Medhat. I don't want to take much of time because we are so eager to know the results. Who's going to go to the finals? So over to our glamorous MC, to you, Medhat.
Thank you so much, DTM Rania. Very well said that once we place ourselves into the shoes of people who cannot speak, we realize that how important and powerful words can be. And before I move ahead, I could see our chief judge is ready. So hold your heart, hold your pulses, because DTM Balaji, our chief judge, is back on the screen. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, MC. I hope my voice is audible now. Good. Thank you to all the contestants. It was a lovely semi-finals event. I'm going to just announce the winners and then some rules regarding the finals. For the first semi-finals, the winners, Dynamic Daredevils. And for the second semi-finals, the winners, Gallant Gladiators. So just to announce some rules for the finals, we shall be taking a break for 20 minutes now because the teams have to prepare. So you will be moved into a breakaway room. But before being moved, you need to give the speaking order of your team to the contest chair or to the MC. And a sergeant at arms will be accompanying you in your room. And as soon as you enter the room, the clock starts ticking. So you'll have 20 minutes. At the end of 20 minutes, your breakaway room will automatically close and you will come into the main room. The teams can use your internet, but discussions should be only among the 4 people. You cannot involve anybody outside during your discussion. So the finals, do you want to listen to the topic? Yeah, only Hemant is saying yes, and the rest of all are saying no. Yes. Okay. Dynamic Daredevils and Gallant Gladiators. Your topic is health insurance should cover cosmetic procedures. Health insurance should cover cosmetic procedures. Speaking for the topic will be Dynamic Daredevils. Speaking against the topic is Gallant Gladiators. Is that clear? It's there on the screen. So if we are ready, we have a 20-minute break. So we come back exactly at 20 minutes and we start the finals. So all the best to both the teams, all the best to judges, the role players, everyone. Good luck. Over to you, Medhat.
Thank you so much, Chief Judge. So Zoom Master, please assist our 2 final teams and 2 Sergeant at Arms to the breakout room, please.
MC, we're just waiting for the speaking order, then we will assign them to the breakout room.
All right, all right. So once they have safely landed in the breakout room, just give me a notification.
Sure.
Can one member of each team please give Medhat the speaking order?
Front back.
For
Dynamic.
Can one member from each of the final teams please give us the speaking order?
Madam, for dynamic leadership, it's the same as the semi-final. Opening is Sam Cherian.
Yes.
Rebuttal is Ramanujam. Closing is Rajiv. Backup speaker is Suresh.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Please, ma'am, arrange us to move us to the breakout room.
Yeah, just a minute. Let the other team also give us their speaking order.
Done.
Gallant gladiators, can we have your speaking order, please?
In the meantime, I would request you to rename yourself so it becomes easier for our Zoom master to escort you to the breakout room.
The speaking order for Gallant Gladiators is Toastmaster Anand Boraskar will be the opening speaker.
Okay.
Toastmaster Kamini Singh will be the rebuttal speaker.
Yeah.
And Toastmaster Amit Luthra will be the backup speaker. Me, that is Sandeep Malhotra, will be the backup speaker.
Sorry, you said backup for two of you.
No, that's me and Sandeep Malhotra, same thing, ma'am.
No, Amit Luthra is the closing speaker.
Amit is the closing speaker, maybe the nerves of reaching the finals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom master, you can take them to the breakout rooms now.
Okay.
All right then, so while the process is taking place, you must be wondering, what are we going to do for the next 20 minutes? Well, don't worry, we have a wonderful surprise for you.
Sorry, I don't have an invite yet, please.
Yes, our Zoom master is on it right now. Just bear with us for a few seconds.
So, ma'am, please give us clarity on how the names to be done.
Yes.
Who is this asking?
Toastmaster Suresh.
F1 ABK is okay.
Yeah, make it FIN hyphen. Yeah, FIN hyphen A1, A2, A3, and ABK for the backup.
Very clear. Thank you.
And the negative team will be FIN, N1, N2, N3, NBK. Hope that's clear.
I'm unable to find the Sam Cherian, the backup speaker for the first team.
He's here. He's visible.
I'm not the backup speaker. I'm FIN A1 Sam Cherian. That's me. FIN A1.
Okay, Rajiv.
Rajiv is closing.
Yeah, that is FA1, A3, Rajiv. Here, raise my hand.
It's not FA1, it's FIN.
Oh, F.
Final, FIN A3.
FIN.
Yes, space, then
Okay.
A, and then your positioning, the speaking place.
Okay, all right.
FIN space or FIN hyphen, anyway.
Cool. I think, yeah, I'm done. Right?
That's right. That's right.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, breakout room is opening now.
All right then, so our Zoom master is escorting all the participants for the finals into the breakout room along with the sergeant in arms. All right then. So while these people are in the breakout room working hard to prepare for the final battle, we can have some fun. Are you ready? Give me some thumbs up. Show some excitement. Yes. The more excitement you show me, the better surprise you will get. That's the catch. All right then. So for this session, we have someone very exciting. A passionate Toastmaster, a learner, a sharer, a knowledge sharer, loves to live and inspire. And that's the reason she is here to inspire us and surprise us. A Toastmaster for 4 years, currently serving as Area 23 Director. By profession, she is a high performance optimization specialist, also known as productivity coach, to make sure that we have 20 productive minutes. With a wonderful surprise, we have invited none other than Toastmaster Pragnya. Over to you, Toastmaster Pragnya.
Thank you so much, Medad, for that lovely introduction. Hey, everybody, how are you all doing? Like Medad was mentioning, the temperature of the Zoom room has gone very high, hasn't it? So isn't it time to cool down a little before our final debate? Would that be great? Yes, awesome. All right, so we have it is a break, but you know what never takes a break? Can anybody guess? You can type in the chat box or unmute yourself. The chat is disabled. Can I request the Zoom master to please enable the chat box? Yeah, thank you. No, disabled again. Okay. All right. So for those of you here, can you let us know what is the one thing that does not stop? Kit Kat, okay, I like that. What doesn't take a break? Kit Kat doesn't take a break. Heart doesn't take a break. Very good. What else doesn't take a break? Time doesn't take a break. Correct. Anything else? Breath. Very good. A fish swimming doesn't take a break. Very good. Moving planets. Wonderful. A lot of things don't take a break, right? And when it comes to us, we had some good answers as well. We had our breath doesn't take a break, our heart doesn't take a break. Another thing that doesn't take a break is our minds. We are here debating, very serious topics and actually considering whether we should go for a topic, against a topic, whether, we're going to hear more about our final topics. I will not comment on that. But we also debate all the time with ourselves, with each other, for fun, or just having friendly arguments, isn't it? Yes, and our brains are constantly thinking all the time, and they're not taking a break when you are taking a break ever. So let's try and have a debate now, but for fun, not to prove a point, not to win a motion, or to stand against or stand for a motion, but just to have fun. Okay, so now we play a small game, which is an improv based game called Questions Only. Now, this game is supposed to help you question other people. Now, the rules of the game is there are two people in a conversation at a time. So we will give you a scene where you both come on screen here and you start. Okay. The rule is you only have to talk using questions. You have to base your argument using questions. But while doing this, there is a small little trick that you have to do. Is you have to agree with what the other person is saying. You should not contradict the other person, but you should actually agree. Why? Now, for example, if one of the person says, can you see this big elephant in this room? Your question should not be, no, I can't see it. Should there have been one? You should actually say, I can see it, but why is its trunk so small? Okay, do you get the idea? You're supposed to agree with the scene, so the scene can actually build on itself. Is it clear? Okay, so I want volunteers for this game. If you don't volunteer, I will pick on you. But anybody interested to try, you can use the raise hand feature on Zoom so I can find you. Yes, I hope all of you know that there is a raise hand feature. Any volunteers? Kariappa?
Let me try, yes.
Yes, wonderful. Okay, that's one. Anybody else?
Can you repeat the game?
Just come online. I will explain it again. Who was this? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Charmaine.
Charmaine, yes. Can you switch on your camera?
Oh. No, I'm not playing the game. I just want to know the game first.
So you can play, it'll be fun.
Okay, let me try.
Awesome. Okay, so Master, can we spot Sharmin and Karyappa? Okay, now the rules of this game is you have to talk to each other. So we'll give you a scenario or a scene which you have to play. So this is like a role-playing scene, okay? So we will give you a context and you have to talk to each other, but only asking questions. Okay, now, but what scene do you want to play? Now, for that, I want the rest of you who are not volunteered to actually, in the chat box, tell me one scene which you think is very debatable. Like, for example, it can be mother-in-law coming over for dinner tomorrow. Okay, or it can be a rich man lost his purse in the metro station. Okay, something like that. Let's see how creative our audience is today. Or, okay, is coffee better than hot chocolate? Okay, a good one. Can we have more? I want a scenario, a scene in which a conversation can actually take place. Okay. Come on, guys. We can be, creative about this. Okay, where shall we go for dinner? Okay. Ajita, I'll call you after this. Huh? We'll go for dinner somewhere. Come on, everybody.
In a breakout room.
Yeah. Is Android better than iOS? Okay. This is not a debate topic that I'm asking you for. This is a situation. Okay, should we start living on Mars? Okay, I like that. Let's go with that. Okay, so the scene is, let's say both of you decide who you are. Okay, but both of you are discussing, should we start living on Mars? All right. Now, there's another little catch to this. The moment one of you stop asking a question or you make a boo-boo, you'll stop playing this game and another person will be called on. Okay. Yeah, so you have to ask only questions and build on this scene. So if somebody says, should we start living on Mars? Don't say no. First of all, no is a banned word in this game. Okay. So let's see if you can ask questions only and avoid using no.
All
You
right.
decide who wants to start first and you can go. Sharmin and Karya.
Shaman, allow me. Men are from Mars. Welcome home. Shall we build a home here? Second home.
Of course. Men are from Mars. Women are from Venus. Definitely. Let's go with Mars.
Sharmin, you are supposed to ask a question.
Oh, sorry.
You're supposed to respond in a question. Okay, we'll give you one more try.
Yeah. Again. Okay, can you start again?
Yes, Karyappa, can you repeat your last question?
All right. Mars is not very far now, and I heard the minerals are very rich. Shall we start collecting them?
Why do you think the minerals are rich at Mars?
I see the explorations are for a reason. So perhaps we should get some mining equipments onto Mars. What say?
But why Mars only? Why not the other planets?
Perhaps men are from Mars, so it must be more hospitable. What do you say?
Agree, men are from Mars, and agree it may be hospitable, but why? Why Mars? And why those minerals only from there?
It's the perennial question that women always asks, why? Men have never had an answer for that. Would you have one?
Well, that's the problem. Women always ask the questions why, and men need to give the response. So therefore, why? Why minerals from Mars? Why does it interest you so much?
It does for the future of the planet Earth, perhaps, because we've been mining it left, right, and center. Perhaps it's wise to look at opportunities to expand artificial intelligence, to expand the concept of living in a universe, perhaps. And minerals is just one of it. Your own battery uses lithium ion, and one fine day it's going to end. And where do we look for it? So let's start looking before what they say, dig a well before you are thirsty.
Well, that's a great bucket list to have.
Okay, pause you right here. Pause you right here. What was the question? That was the wrong sentence. All right, well done. Very nice. We still couldn't figure out whether you are going to Mars or not. But however, okay, so let's have two more people. Thank you, Karyappa and Charmin, for the wonderful attempt. Lovely.
Thank you.
Carmen, I must appreciate what you mentioned earlier about a question that Midat had asked. It's not just about the words, but also about the tone and the way we convey our thoughts. Really appreciate that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very true. Thank you, Charmin. Thank you, Karyappa. All right, now time to get to more volunteers. Now, who's ready? And you saw this is fun, and you can actually be very creative with this and play around. Okay. So use the raise hand feature or just switch on your video. Come on, guys. I know you've had heated discussions on debates, but this is time to have some fun. Yes, we have Prabhakar case one. Very good. Thank you, Prabhakar. Anybody else? Come on, guys. Okay, Santosh, Soni, because we picked your last topic. Do you want to try the next one? Santosh, are you here? Okay, anybody else? Sachin Thakkar, are you here? No? Hello? Okay, Anushka, are you here? Anushka Gupta. Prabhakar, looks like you scared everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people don't like the way I look.
No, I think you're happy.
I look too
Hey guys,
intimidating.
where is everybody?
Where's
Hello?
everyone gone?
Yes. Okay, you'll have to spend the next 15 odd minutes now staring at mine and Prabhakar's face if you don't volunteer yourself. I know we're nice to look at, but I don't think that's what you want to be doing. That's not very productive for your time, isn't it? Okay. People? Yeah, Jita, are you here? No? Asif Naik, are you here? People have literally taken a break. You've gone away. So now we lost case one also. Okay, there you are. Govind Negi.
I'll need to go for counseling after this.
Me too. We'll go together. Hemant, Harish, Kamini. Vedat, are you here?
I think you and I should do it, Pranya.
Yeah, I know. You and I should do it.
Yes, I'm here.
Vedat is here. Okay. Vedat, can you help pick people from the group?
Sure, no problem. MC to the rescue.
Yes.
Okay, so I will just do a randomizing thing. Okay, let me see who I think would be willing to take up the challenge. Let me see. Just scrolling, now it's going alphabetically. GTM Ganesh, are you there?
Seven open questions. Anybody in the room?
No, I'm just picking, or Toastmaster George Joseph. Yeah, actually, he was supposed to speak earlier, but I asked him to hold his thought. Would you like to participate? I wonder why everyone is so shy.
Yes, George is here.
Okay.
Yay!
He is a daring soul.
Very good. Okay, so I think the game scared all of you, so let's try to simplify it a little bit. Okay, so we'll not go to Mars or Venus or anything, we'll stay on Earth. So we had a few topics earlier. I thought one of them was very interesting, so let's go back to that and say a spouse should be given a gift from time to time. Okay, so that's the topic. So both of you, Prabhakar and George, you decide who is who, and that's
George,
the
I
same.
think you're on mute.
Can you hear me? I'm not on mute.
Okay, what did you?
No?
What a spouse is supposed to, what's it?
Yeah, one second.
No, what are we supposed to do?
Are
We're
you
supposed to.
audible? Am I audible?
Yep.
Okay.
You can hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Okay. So now what you have to do is talk to each other, asking only questions. Okay. Keep your answers short. It has to be a 1 sentence or max 2 sentences, but it has to end with a question. All right. And try and avoid saying no or no, why not and things like that. Otherwise, the scene gets passive. All right. So, for example, just to help you get started, let's say, obviously, we're talking about spouse should be given a gift from time to time. So we will assume now that both of you are spouses. Okay, but who is which gender you decide. All right. Now, one of you says a spouse should be given a gift from time to time. So you can start
should
from
be
there.
given a gift from time to time, George.
Yeah. So it has to be a question. Okay. So you talk to each other asking questions. Is that clear, George?
When should a means I'll try. When should a spouse be given a gift?
Why should the question come up of when? It should be a question of whenever, isn't it?
Isn't it always? Or you mean when you say whenever means, when I say whenever means, do you think it's a particular occasion or what?
Should not a gift be given whenever you feel like it?
Let me help you out here. But by the way, why should I give you a gift? What great thing did you do?
Okay.
What is it that I've not done?
Yeah. No, you said don't. Huh?
What is it that I've not done?
What great have you done?
Exactly. My point is, what is the great thing? Any great thing that I've not done? I've done everything. So name one great thing that I've not done.
No, but to me, I don't think anything is great there. You've done everything normal.
Exactly the point. In relationship, the smallest thing is, isn't it the smallest, isn't a small thing good enough?
What small thing? I didn't find any small thing. You say everything is.
Should you just not be grateful that you have me as your spouse?
Yes.
Yes, but you should also be more grateful.
But we are no, but we are talking here about a gift, and you want a gift, and we're not. When you talk about your demand,
should you not be giving me a gift because I'm your spouse?
Okay, fine. What gift do you want?
Okay, what gift do you want?
What gift do you think I would like?
You have everything. I've given you everything.
What do you think I would want after everything?
No, but what is missing?
Exactly my question. What do you think is missing?
You have to tell me. It's a need. It's a need of the hour.
But being my spouse, do you not think you have to figure it out yourself?
I have lost track of thinking.
We lost track of who is whose spouse also. But a very good attempt there. Thank you so much. So it helps to actually think in your head who is the spouse. So if you were, for example, how we could have done this is, suppose he said, what do you want? And you said, okay, so can I get you a piece of chocolate and would you be happy? The other person would say, can you get me a cake? Then you can say, oh, and would you like ice cream on top of the cake? You know, that's how you build on top of something. Okay, so if you keep questioning where you're not going anywhere, it's just an impasse. You know, that's a very essential skill, in fact, when you're having a communication with anybody, isn't it?
Yep, very
So
good,
wonderful.
very good.
Thank you so much for trying. Do you want to try again with a different scene, or do you want to say, okay, I'm done?
I'm easy.
Okay.
Either
Okay,
way.
fine.
Thank you.
So let's get the audience back to see if somebody is back in the room. So audience, are you guys here? Can somebody tell us a scene? A scene where two people are having a fight. Hello? It looks like nobody's here in the break, during the break, I mean. Okay, fight on who is the best superhero. Okay, very good. Okay, Radhika, do you want to come on?
Sorry to interrupt you, Pragya. Jayesh, can you tell us if 20 minutes is up and you need to bring the contestants out of the breakout room? Hamsika? Hamsika, is it 20 minutes?
Yes, it is 20 minutes.
Okay, so Jayesh, can you please bring the contestants?
Yes, I'm bringing them.
Okay. Thank you everybody for spending a little time here, and I hope the questions got you thinking on, what kind of questions you can actually ask for better answers, isn't it? Right. So with that, thank you, and back to you, Toastmaster Vedat, our MC for today.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Pragya, for keeping our audience entertained for the next 20 minutes. I'm sure all of you were like wondering and thinking, and really you get us started to think. And I see that our participants are getting back into their room. So just give me an indication, Zoom Master, once everyone is in the room.
Sure.
So that we can jump onto our final segment.
One team is back and we're waiting for the other team to complete.
All right.
All are here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Zoom Master. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, get ready because we are at the final debate session of the day. And to conduct this, we have a passionate Toastmaster who proudly proclaims to be a lifetime quest to seek knowledge and reform. A Toastmaster for 5 years. He strongly believes you can change the course of your own or someone else's life with your choice of words. That's the power of words to him. With a thunderous virtual round of applause, please welcome this graceful Toastmaster who is going to conduct the final debate moderator, Toastmaster Prashant. Over to you, Toastmaster Prashant.
Thank you, Toastmaster Vedat, for making an ordinary person like me feel so important amidst all the heavyweights of our fraternity in the house. I'm truly elated. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the much-awaited finals of the District 105 Interdivision Debate Contest. And it's my pleasure and honor to be the debate moderator for this, the final clash of titans, the battle that will give us our champions. In Richard Bach's book, Illusions, a school of fish cling on to twigs and rocks, resisting the current of the river and existing only for survival. But one fish gets fed up with this clinging and allows the stream to carry it in its bosom. With this act, it achieves growth and understands the meaning of existence. I was that one fish that took up the bait early this year and joined a celebrated debate club. It has not only helped me enhance my argumentative skills to manage my mercurial grown-up kids, but is also the reason I'm here today as a moderator for the final round of this prestigious competition. Debating undoubtedly sharpens your analytical, persuasive, and researching skills and provides intellectual entertainment for non-participants. Without further ado, let's move on to the most awaited battle with our two glorious teams that have made to the finals. Let us now begin the finals of the Interdivision Debate Contest 2020-2021. At the outset, let me state the debate rules. Taking a cue from the catchphrase in debating already shared by our Sergeant at Arms, wish to reiterate, don't raise your voice, improve your argument. No speaker shall take the opportunity of abusing, heckling, or accusing an opponent personally during his address. In case of technical failure, Chief Judge will intervene and stop the speaker. 1 minute shall be given for the participant to reconnect. The speaker shall continue from where they ended the speech at the time of the technical failure. The speaker will be given the remaining time to complete the speech along with 30 seconds grace time. In case the speaker is unable to reconnect, then the backup speaker is to take over immediately. Even if more than one speaker of a team faces any kind of technical issue, only the same backup speaker will be permitted to replace the speakers. Now for the sequence of speaking and timing rules. The team which has been selected to speak for shall commence the debate. Speaker 1 of the team for the topic shall open and speak for maximum of 3 minutes. Speaker 1 of the team against the topic shall then open and speak for maximum of 3 minutes. Speaker 2 of the team against shall speak for 3 minutes. This speech shall be a rebuttal of the opening speech provided by the team speaking for the topic. Speaker 2 of the team shall speak for 3 minutes. This speech shall be a rebuttal of the opening speech provided by the team speaking against the topic. Speaker 3 of the team against shall provide the closing speech for maximum 2 minutes. Speaker 3 of the team for shall provide the closing speech for maximum 2 minutes. All speakers will be given a grace period of 10 seconds before they are muted. No new points of rebuttal shall be included in the speech after the first speaker of each team has concluded their address. At the completion of the maximum time, inclusive of the grace period for each speaker, the timer shall mute the speaker. Timer, please note, timing for the opening and rebuttal speaker, green light at 2.5 minutes, red light at 3 minutes. For the closing speaker, green light at 1.5 minutes, red light at 2 minutes. 45 seconds between speakers for judges to mark the ballot. 3 minutes at the end of debate for judges to tally the scores. Our chief judge this afternoon is DTM Balaji Nagabhushan. It's now time to begin the contest. Zoom master, are we ready? Timers, are we ready?
Yes.
For the final round of debate, please welcome our two teams, Team Dynamic Daredevils for the motion and Team Gallant Gladiators against the motion. As I call upon each contestant, please say, I'm ready for the battle. Representing Team Dynamic Daredevils, our opening speaker, Toastmaster Sam Cherian.
I am ready for the battle.
Great. Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Ramanujam Raghavan.
I am ready for the battle.
Closing speaker, Toastmaster Rajiv Wakiyal.
I'm ready for the battle.
Backup speaker, Suresh Karta.
My team is ready for the battle.
Great. Going against them is the team Gallant Gladiators, represented by opening speaker, Toastmaster Anand Boraskar.
We are ready for the battle, sir.
Rebuttal speaker, Toastmaster Kamini Singh.
I'm ready for the battle.
Closing speaker, Toastmaster Amit Luthra.
We are ready for the battle.
Backup speaker, Toastmaster Sandeep Malhotra.
We are ready for the battle.
Wonderful. Chief Judge, do I have your permission to proceed with the contest?
Thank you so much. And for the contestants, please note that when we are talking about respect to the other team, it also means facial expressions. It also means your body gestures. So you're not going to use any obscene gestures or unnecessary expressions towards the opponent or the opponent's team member. Other than that, all fine. Good luck to the finalists. May the best team win.
The motion for the debate is health insurance should cover cosmetic procedures. Health insurance should cover cosmetic procedures. Now, I would like to call the first speaker from Team Affirmative for the opening, Toastmaster Sam Cherian.
Debate moderator and members of the House. The motion is health insurance should cover cosmetic procedures. Me and my team stand firmly for the motion. Since 1997, there has been an increase of 447% in cosmetic procedures. You will be surprised to learn that 8% of this are women, 17% are men. Why would you need cosmetic procedures? Karen Duffy said, happiness is the best cosmetic. Now, some people understand, or cosmetic surgery can improve appearance and benefit a person at a superficial level. However, it also improves self-esteem. Consider for a moment the amount of people in accidents or cancer patients who end up with near permanent scars. Could cosmetic surgery not cover? In 2018 alone, a good 17.7% million cosmetic surgeons procedures were conducted, costing over $280 million. All this money is flowing out from the patient. Now, could insurance not cover these? Come to the point of looking good. While there are cancer patients, there are trauma patients, all of them would definitely benefit from cosmetic surgery. We need to define what is cosmetic. Remember, there are aesthetics and there is reconstructive. We speak in all cases, cosmetics address dual procedures. They address both the tenets. Now, there has been an increase of, it enhances physical activity, it enhances the self-esteem of the person itself. So we would like to submit that if health insurance covers cosmetic procedures, the audience, the patient would not have to shell out as much as it is shelling out now. So I request the House to pass the motion that cosmetic surgery should be covered by insurance.
"45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the constructive speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Anand Boraskar.
Insurance is defined as a practice or an arrangement by which a company or a government agency provides a guarantee of compensation for a specified loss, damage, illness, or death in return for a payment of a premium. The goal of cosmetic treatment is to improve a person's appearance. And obviously, it does not fall in any of the categories defined under insurance definition. And hence, the gallant gladiator urged the House to reject the motion clearly. Good afternoon, debate masters, judges, and fellow Toastmasters. The following statistics will substantiate our points further. In the past 18 years, the number of cosmetic procedures for men have increased more than 273%, and the number of cosmetic procedures for women have increased 429%. Oxford Academic Journal report of 2019 says, imagine insurance companies having to pay for these procedures. What happens to the premium for insurance who pays for the poor people who need insurance to take care of their genuine medical expenses? Almost 18 million people underwent surgical and minimal cosmetic procedures, costing close to $9 billion. Do you want the poor and the middle class to pay for this? United Health Group holds the largest American health insurance market share. The average annual premium for family and single coverage are in the tune of $7,000 and $20,000. Employers cover costs about 70% of the US health insurance of workers. Where will these premiums go if we were to cover the costs of cosmetic procedures? And where will the employers get the money to pay the increased premiums? Extensive facelift cost of cosmetic procedure cost $200,000, liposuction $200,000, tummy tuck $300,000. These monies can be used to save someone of dying of cancer or heart diseases. In 2018, the global organic beauty market accounted for 39% of total skincare market. And if the insurance was to cover such procedures, how much will the market grow? And again, who will pay for it? So we clearly rest our case and strongly oppose the motion that insurance should cover cosmetic procedure. Debate master.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Kamini Singh.
Hello, everyone. So my dear opponent, you started by saying in 1997, 475 patients were there, and out of that 8% were women and 17% were women. Where are the other people? What are you talking about? 8% are men, 17 are women, and rest, who are you talking about? Where the source is coming from? What do you mean? It's incomplete, my friend. And then you start saying, immediately after the second point was self-esteem. That's the whole point. The whole world is fighting about body shaming, my friend. You want to bring it up. You want the division to bring this division in the society. Though we are not discussing this in the debate, we are discussing about the burden on the insurance company. But still, just to clear your self-esteem point, I had to tell you this. And then you said in 2018, 800 million were spent on this. That's the whole point. And my opening speaker has mentioned that for the men, it has increased for 200 in last 18 years, 273% it increased for men and 429% for women it has increased. And this data is from Oxford Academy Journal report in 2019. Where the premium will go? Do you think a normal person, a poor person will ever be able to buy these policies? These are the leisure things, and this should be done if somebody wants to do it for their leisure and they can afford it, my friend. And then you said, again, you said it's a psychological thing. It needs to bring up. Point is not that, my friend. We are debating about the burden on the insurance company again. But still, my friend, the whole society and we all are fighting that it should be equal. And you want to promote the youngsters into that? You know where the number of people are going in that? How many people are doing this body modification thing and the plastic surgery and cosmetic procedure these days, and how much it puts them in the burden and peer pressure and those things in the society. I'm saying all these points because you give your whole debate and you are all point around this only. You didn't go to the insurance company. So that's why I'm speaking on this, just clarifying your point, just to correct you, my friend. My friend, now here the point is, these insurance companies and this whole thing is there in the society to support people, so that when they're in trouble, this money can be spent on their health. They spend their hard-earned money on the insurance policy, then and then insurance company gave those policies, thankfully, on a good rate that they can do that. But by this bringing this cosmetic industry into that industry, higher premium, how many people will ever buy this? You don't want people to get treatment for the right thing, what they need. And this pandemic has shown us when emergency comes, we don't know. So I strongly believe that it should not be there. And we are against it. And over to you, debate master. Thank you so much.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the rebuttal speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Ramanujam Raghavan.
Good afternoon, fellow Toastmasters and my worthy opponents. Our opening speaker, I think I've got deviated from the topic with the definition of insurance. We are not speaking about insurance, we are speaking about health insurance. You gave a generalized definition with regard to insurance, but I would like to say health insurance is paying for medical and surgical expenses incurred by the insured. Yes, the insurance policies is not providing. That is not the topic of the debate. The topic of the debate is it should provide. But you are telling that insurance company does not provide, so we should not have it. That is not the question of the debate. It's totally moving away from the topic. And how does the insurance companies work? I would like to stress on it. The insurance companies work not on charity. Insurance company does not work on just that I will pay everything. It works on a premium. This premium is calculated based on the probability of an occurrence of an event. The probability may happen or may not happen. It doesn't mean that I will not pay insurance premium, but the insurance company has to cover all my cosmetic procedures. That was your point of argument, because that argument told that facelift cost, then tummy cost, will the health insurance company provide it? That was your argument. You gave an argument of an $18 million of amount being expenditured for the cosmetic procedure. Yes, it has been done. When you are going to take an health insurance, definitely you need to pay a premium. If you are affordable to do all these expenditure, definitely with the probability of insurance premium being calculated, it will be less than that amount. Thereby, the insurance company will not go into loss. So I'm clearly reiterating that we are not telling that insurance company to provide free. We are telling that insurance policies should cover the cosmetic procedure, which is the debate under today, and not that it is free. Then you are telling about the surgeries happened and everything. Yes, the surgeries has happened, and you have given the statistics of 273% and 429%. Fine. Suppose if you or me go into a society where you feel of an inferiority complex, will you not take the next step to go and correct yourself? Yes, it may cost you. We are trying to save you by paying the premium, so thereby the health insurance companies can cover. So to summarize, your facts did not come to the point on health insurance. You gave a generalist topic on insurance. Then your facts told about providing everything free without you paying a premium. But I love to tell to this learned audience that any health insurance as a premium. And you, when take a policy, have to take that premium. Subject matter of the debate is, should it cover? And your facts did not tell me anywhere that it should not cover. Hence, me and my team strongly say that it should cover the cosmetic procedures.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now, I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Negative, Toastmaster Amit Luthra.
Renowned American celebrity Dana Delegati once said, "Elegance is when the inside is as beautiful as the outside." A very good afternoon to debate moderator, respected judges, and my fellow Toastmasters. We strongly reject the motion that health insurance should cover cosmetic procedures, because health insurance is for the emergency, and most of the cosmetic procedures are not required for right functioning of a body part or system. Our opening speaker strongly opposed the motion by presenting some stats. Like in the past 18 years, the number of cosmetic procedures for men have increased more than 273%, and the number of cosmetic procedures for women have increased 429%. Oxford Academic Journal report of 2019 gives us another data, like imagine insurance companies having to pay for these procedures. What happened to the premium for insurance? Who pays? The poor people who need insurance to take care of their genuine medical expenses. Then he presented another data from United Health Group, holds the largest American health insurance market share. The average annual premiums for family and single coverage are $7,188 to $20,576. Employers have to pay for these premiums. Where will these premiums go if we were to cover the cost of cosmetic procedures? And where will the employers get the money to pay the increased premiums? Then our rebuttal speaker very effectively demolished the opponent's argument and proved that cosmetic procedures is not a necessity, rather it's a leisure. Renowned American philanthropist George Soros once said, "Cosmetic procedure is not cosmetic and human flesh is not plastic." So my dear friends, let's not intervene with the natural beauty and put the burden of inflating insurance premiums, as the same money can save many lives. With this, we as a team, gallant gladiators, strongly urge the House to reject the motion that health insurance should not cover cosmetic procedures. Thank you all. Over to debate moderator.
45 seconds for the judges to mark the ballot. Now I would like to call the summary speaker from Team Affirmative, Toastmaster Rajiv Wakil.
Debate moderator, fellow Toastmasters, and our worthy opponent, good afternoon. Let me summarize. My opening speaker has clearly introduced the debate topic and the why and the need for supporting our case. the health insurance should cover the cosmetic procedures. He talked about the cosmetic procedures can improve the appearance and thereby the feel and the happiness, which resulting in the self-esteem that build the personality. The need of a cosmetic procedures such as for cancer patients, the need of cosmetic procedures in accident cases. These facts shows the need of covering cosmetic procedures in health insurance. My speaker has presented three very clear evidence to support our topic. That is report on American Society of Plastic Surgeons showing the number of the volume increase in the cosmetic procedures by telling how popular these procedures are today in our world. He said about the increase in the cost, thereby the need of including this. He said very clearly informed the type of common procedures in the cosmetic procedures, how it is applicable in our daily life. These facts and logics and statistics are very clearly supporting our statement. My rebuttal speaker has emphatically rebutted the opposition point by facts and figures, such as he very clearly explained the difference of health insurance and the normal insurance. Number two, not only he educated how the premium is calculated, how it is applicable in our today's context, that is in cosmetics thing. He could rebut the relevant expenditure details brought by the opposition in today's topic. And number four, the most important point, the self-esteem, how these procedures can improve our self-esteem. These facts and figures have conclusively support our motion that health insurance should cover the procedure. Therefore, we strongly support the case. Over to you, debate mode master.
3 minutes for the judges to mark the ballot. While the judges are marking the ballot, I would request members of both teams to please keep your videos on to take a group picture. Zoom master, could you please take a group picture? Let me see your big and beaming smiles, please. You have a good opportunity to be part of a toothpaste ad. There are some recruiters in the house currently scouting for models.
It's done.
With that, we come to the end of the finals that was contested between the dynamic daredevils and the gallant gladiators. Let us give both teams a round of applause. What an absolutely magnificent battle this has been. We had the best of warriors present their perspectives with rapier, sharp wit and wisdom. The anticipation in the air is so thick, it could be cut with a knife. But as they say, all good things come to those who wait. So take a pause, stretch a bit, and await the results. A personal message to the contestants: never let success get your head, and never let failure get your heart. With that, I shall sign off and hand over the stage to our extremely calm, composed, and charming MC, Toastmaster Midhat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Prashant, for gracefully moderating the final debate. Wow, that was truly a marvelous session. Our debaters presented their points of views with full conviction, and I'm sure everyone present in the room can truly vouch for it. Chief Judge, are we ready to announce the results?
Maybe you should ask Soumya about this. Until she tells me, yes, I cannot come online.
Oh my God, DTM Balaji, please take the stage and go ahead.
So let me officially hand over the stage to our Chief Judge, DTM Balaji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed the debate, quarter semis and finals today, plus the preliminary rounds yesterday. I know you're all waiting for the results, but I'm not going to announce it until I thank every role player, every person in the organizing committee who has been instrumental in ensuring that this debate at the district level has been a tremendous success. So if you're allowed to unmute, please unmute and give them a thunderous round of applause. So the best part out of the debate, while the speakers were fantastic, the topics were brilliant, there was one thing which made this debate something special. And I would like to thank the two great ladies over here who found names for the teams which we could identify along with the divisions. And what names? Wow. I think we need to learn a lot from these people. Thank you so much for this wonderful achievement. Do you want to know the winners? Lovely. Let me see what the judges have given me today. Okay, the winners of the District 105 Interdivision Debate Contest, Gallant Gladiators. Thank you so much.
We did it, boys. We did it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Midhat, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chief Judge.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, DTM Balaji, for announcing the results. Wow, what an amazing day this has been. A complete celebration of opinions, perspectives, the power of wit and wisdom. Truly amazing. It has indeed been an unforgettable event. So congratulations to all the winners and to those who didn't win the title today. Let me assure you, you made it tough for them. That's why it took some time for us, for the judges, to finalize the results. You are the winners too, because you took up the courage to be here, and that matters the most. Well, they say that we must find time to stop and thank the people who make a difference in our lives, because feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a gift and not presenting it. So let me call on someone, let me invite on this virtual stage, someone whose demeanor from far away will make you think him as someone who is strict and very serious. But let me assure you that once you get an opportunity to work with this person, you'd realize that he is an affable person full of humor and wisdom, who believes that words are singularly the most powerful force available to humanity. We can choose to use this force constructively with our words of encouragement or destructively using words of despair. Yes, you guessed it right. With a thunderous virtual round of applause, please welcome our District Director-elect and our current Program Quality Director of District 105, none other than DTM Gurbinder Pon. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Midad. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And wow, what amazing 2 days it has been. And I like that quote when Midhat said temperature is rising. Don't you know how much temperature was rising in Muscat and UAE and Lebanon and Jordan? And the temperature is now in place. People have reached out to their fridge and the beer bottles have been pulled out. I can see some cameras off and the numbers reducing in the call. So definitely people have started to celebrate. Sandeep is already on the phone telling his wife that he did a good job and make a good food for me today. So yeah, amazing 2 days full of fun and learning and enjoyment. And when we started planning for this event, I thought of uh, one person, and that one person has been troubling me a lot this year to ask for a newsletter write-up every month and then reminding me. So I said, it's my payback time. Let me trouble her now. So I reached out to Soumya and I said, Soumya, there is a debate planned for the interdivision debate contest, and uh, I am not an expert on that, so to say, but I know that there are people that you know and there's a team of people. So would you like to take it on? And she said, yes, I will do it. And I said, there is a God somewhere up there, and he has made people like Soumya to help people like me out in these things. And then Soumya put together her team, and the team was Soumya, Vijaya, Shobha. They started to work on the debate project, and it looked to me like, if you remember 10th of January 2021, there was a all women crew of the Air India from San Francisco to Bangalore who flew the Boeing 777. I said, this looks like that. There's going to be 100% women crew on this flight and they're going to take us through. But then somewhere, some little people like me and some other men folk also entered just to keep their egos in place. They were allowed to be there, and they put together a brilliant 2 days of event. Uh, Humble thanks, humble gratitude, and humble thanks to everybody, right from the planners, the visualizers, the visionaries, Soumya, Shobha, Vijaya, and to everybody else who came along on the way. I must say, who the 2 days of Master of Ceremonies, Jyoti and Midhat today, our chief judges, DTM Anant, DTM Balaji, and all the division directors who actually went out and ran contests in their divisions to select the team. So it was not really an inter-division contest, it was a whole paraphernalia of the number of contests all along. So fabulous work done. Very satisfied with the performance of the contestants. There was a there was a organizers WhatsApp group, and I was enjoying it parallelly on the side where the minute by minute updates and the emojis were saying a different story altogether. And I'm sure there are some groups where I'm not a member, so something else was happening there as well. But overall, a very satisfactory feeling, good achievement, and the legacy that was started last year by the past district director Robin Anand continued this year with the support of our district director DTM Nelson Benzes. And I'm sure next year also we will have another event continued in the right spirit. So Don't let me sit between you and your cold beers and your lunches. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye. Back to you, Madam Toastmaster Midat.
Thank you so much, DTM Gurbinder. Wow, yes, this has been an exciting event overall. Now, things come to an end, but hey, whenever there is an ending, there is a new beginning. I would just like to say that the words you write or speak to others can leave a huge impact and creating a lasting memory, either good or bad. So it's super important to choose them wisely. And I have chosen a few words to say to two Wonder Women who have taken up the charge and were constantly there to guide us, support us. We bombarded them with questions, and believe me that they were there 24 hours. Whenever we tried to reach them, they were there to guide us, and always with a smile. So I would like to say thank you, DTM Soumya and Toastmaster Vijaya, for giving me the opportunity to be here and to experience this amazing event by being part of it. And yes, as DTM Gurbinder said, that I could enjoy the conversation that was happening in the group. And I tried to control my laugh as much possible as I can. Thank you so much, DTM Soumya and Toastmaster Vijaya, for being the Wonder Woman, for making sure that all of us do the best. You kept motivating us. You kept encouraging us. And there wasn't even a single moment when we felt like that you left us. So thank you so much. And thank you to my Zoom masters, my sergeant-at-arms, the timers, for being there, for making sure everything goes so smoothly. Thank you so much. With that, I will just end with one note that words are free. It's how you use them that may cost you. With that, take care, enjoy the celebration, enjoy your day, and stay safe. Thank you.
Now that everyone can talk, there is so much silence.
Why don't we tell everyone to put on their videos and take a picture?
Yeah.
Vijaya, can we start the recording? Stop the recording.
Yes, yes, you can.
And
Before that,
the certificates will come to you soon.